Acknowledgement. We respectively acknowledge that the Township of Alma-Culloden is located on the Mississauga-Anishinaabeg territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississauga-Anishinaabeg. The Township of Alma-Culloden respectively acknowledges that the Mississauga Nation are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. Moving on to the approval of the agenda. And is recommended the Council of the Corporation of Township of Alma-Culloden enact as follows: that the agenda for the special council meeting held on February 10th, 2025 be approved. And I would like to, before we approve it, just acknowledge that Adam from the Lucy is here, and I'd like to move his portion of the meeting, which is recommendation number 7, up to the front, and then we'll deal with it from there. So can I get a mover and a seconder to do that? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. All in favor? That's carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Lopel, I have a declaration to make. It has to do with recommendation number 8. The reason being litigation with the library board. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll be duly noted. And next, we're going to move on to the draft budget. Before we do, I have a couple of comments that I just want to make. I think that there's been a lot of hard work that both the members of senior staff as well as council have put into this budget so far. So I thank them all for doing that. Staff has been working on this budget for probably 5 months now. And the first draft they provided to council was about 7 weeks ago. The past 2 meetings, we have been taking through the budget twice and should have a good understanding of the challenges and jobs ahead of us. I believe there are about 13 items to be considered. And those 13 are a combination of council defers at the January meeting, department final approvals, and the 3.5 point recommendation for an infrastructure levy increase. At the first proposal, the increase from staff was recommending 6.37 growth for a final increase, including growth, pardon me. So, but the final increase was 5.43. After test last meeting, and where we sit today is at 7.44, the way I see it, and a 6.5% increase. This increase of 1.07 includes the addition of the arena for $82,000, the ball diamond bleachers for $40,000, and preparation for the first labor contract for $54,000. So that's added a total of $286,000. But there has been offsets by staff and council to so that of $206,000. So that's only really going up $80,000. Today we will go through the 13 items. And it should be relatively straightforward because I think everybody's had an opportunity to discuss them. And you know, whether you're in favor or not, well, I guess we'll find out. One comment I would like to make, I have heard comments that, you know, when you set the budget, who should be the ones that are driving, not driving, that's the wrong word for it. But in past, sometimes council has given the direction to staff that we want to stay under a certain amount or whatever, or this is what it should be. And the other way, of course, of doing it is what was done this time. The staff say, this is what we need to do to meet the requirements and the services that you as council have provided. This is what we need to spend to be able to continue on with that. So before we get started, I'd just like to go to page 13. And this was the request that was made at the last meeting. And thank you very much for putting this together. So basically from a one standpoint of view, and correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron. The 0.2%, or pardon me, 0.2 offered job for a part-time clerk is added, and so is the one full-time Parks and Rec, 0.5 for building and another 0.5 for planning. Are they all of those costs in this budget?
Yeah.
Just, and that's basically it.
Yes,
Okay,
any positions that are put forward, the salaries are inputted into the budget.
thank you. And thank you for preparing that for us, because it does give us a pretty good idea, I think.
Okay.
One thing that, before we move on, it mentions that they're adding, pardon me, we're taking out 0.8 full-time people out of fire and bylaw in this year, because you're going from 3 to 2.2.
That was with the changes to the CAO fire chief position.
Yes.
And moving it,
Yes,
as well as adding the part-time bylaw as well.
part-time bylaw, okay. And the 53 volunteers are up slightly from the previous year.
That is correct. They just went through a recruitment and
Okay.
have hired on some new volunteer fired.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to. Okay,
It's just related to the office of the CAO clerk. It went down.
Catherine, can we wait? Because I think that is part of the administration budget, and we will be opening that up for comments. So I'd like to, if we can, I'd like to bring Adam up, pardon me, not bring Adam up, but the recommendation number 9. Water services budget. Recommendation number 7. That the council of the corporation of the township of Allen-Haldimand act as follows, that the draft 2025 water service budget be approved. Okay.
123.
So, Mayor, were there any changes to the previous one?
No, there was no changes. We did receive our invoicing and our revenue from Lucy. It has not been incorporated as we just got it into the system. So can let you know that the revenues are on target with a check that came in worth $232,000. And then the invoices are still being coded, so they are about on par with what is in the budget.
Okay. So the 300,000 for customers is fairly close.
Through the chair, actually, I suppose I can just use my voice. We're looking at about 340,000 budgeted, and it looks to be very close, if not a little more. And the bulk water looks to be almost right on target.
And that's basically our 2 big contributors. Thank you. Any questions to the revenues? Yep, go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Just that, that project is deferred payment because it was later completion, but could you give us an update on the completion date, please?
The most recent information I've received from the engineer you've hired to administrate that contract, Grant Parkinson, is they're looking at an August to September completion. That is the most recent information I've received.
And do you see any problems getting that in?
This phase of the design work is very close to being done. This phase of the project isn't particularly complex. I don't foresee a problem with completing it before the funding. Funding is gonna be completed by December or somewhere thereabouts. There should not be an issue. It's straightforward. It's a single line of conduit, a single 6-inch water, and a well pump and the installation of some VFDs. It's not a difficult project, and it's not technically exacting.
Thank you. Dave or Aaron, I was thinking it was August or July or August where we had to have that money spent.
July.
No, I think it's 2026.
Aaron?
For the actual grant?
Yeah.
Sorry, this was looked into in November because with the well project running behind, I did reach out to our grant application, and the person instructed me that they close their year off in March and that we have until the following year. So we actually have a little bit of lead time because we were afraid of losing our funding. So we did reach out to get that information.
That's good. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logal, to Adam. Could you just give a quick update on the water modeling study, modeling study?
Certainly. I've been referred the successful applicant for the tender. And that engineer is working their way through plans, pressures, 4 years of data from our SCADA. We've also had to engage WSP to build some special reports to get the kind of granularity in the data that's required for him to really be successful in creating that water model completely. In the process of doing that with WSP, it's in process. It's not ever going to be complete the second another piece is added to the distribution. It'll be continued update, but he's working on it still. I keep sending him plans and he keeps sending me requests.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
If I may, Mayor Logal, just a follow up. After the study comes in, was there a time, be a two-parter? Do you have a time frame to get most of it back? And as well, what is that going to do financially when the study comes back? Will there be upgrades needed? And I'm just wondering if they are built into this budget.
Through the chair, the purpose of the water model is to identify how water flows within the system.
Mm-hmm.
As well, in our draft budget, you said that you should engage a water master plan, which is essentially what you're going to do to meet those shortcomings, expansions, etc., and a rate study, which will inform how you're going to fund that. So all three of those on completion are going to lay out how exactly you're going to do that, on what interval, and how it'll be funded over the next decade. So the three of them will essentially speak to each other. The water modeling being further along, and you already have a pre-existing rate study. You have an idea of what you have and what your funding was, and the master plan will be that final piece where you say, okay, here's where we're going for the next decade.
Thank you.
And just to make sure I'm understanding, this will all be completed this year?
That is the target at this time.
Perfect. Good. Any further questions regarding this item?
Actually, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Who would then, if you put an RFP out for the water master plan, how is that approved? Does that come back to council? Does that, like, who approves that?
It's my understanding that once council approves the funding, that staff is directed to generate and send out a tender.
Right,
Uh,
but once you receive those back, does it need to come back for approval then?
That's a procedural question that I would suggest would be more properly referred to your CAO or clerk.
Okay. Sure.
Through your mayor, like, to answer that question, so all procurement processes, the amount of money is identified by council. The person?
No.
Okay, all
Yeah.
money is identified by council through the budget. The procurement process is to then go out for RFP, RFQ and a tender. Once those tenders come back, then the appropriate thing to do is for a report to come back to council, identifying who has been chosen the winner. And then for council to make that final decision to move forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll read the resolution one more time. That the Council of the Corporation of Township and Alma-Calderwood enact as follows, that the draft 2025 water service budget be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover. Seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any further discussion? Those in favor? The motion is carried unanimously. Adam, thank you very much for dropping in. Sorry we're okay, we're going back to page 2 again. And there's some recommendations. Recommendation 1 is that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Alma-Calderwood act as follows, that the approved 2025 council budget be reconsidered. Did I get a mover and a seconder? That was approved at the last time, but we want to reconsider because there's been changes made regarding salaries. And I believe there's $11,000 that come out. I get a mover, moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. And recommendation 2, it deals with the same issue, but it's the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Alma-Calderwood enact as follows. That 2025 council budget be approved as amended. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Further discussion? Oh, go ahead.
So could we find out then exactly what was changed on here from last time then, please?
Go ahead,
This is
Aaron,
council
please.
budget.
Yes.
county council budget, yes.
There was 2 changes made. We did bring in $5,000 on the revenue side from reserves. This initial amount was put into a reserve for the integrity commissioner, but it's no longer required as a reserve fund. So just to bring that out. And then $11,000 was changed in the council wages just due to a spreadsheet error.
Thank you. And just to bring it up, and I'm not sure how this is handled, but I'm gonna bring it up anyways. We spent $12,000 last year on integrity commissioners billings. That's for council, involvement, is that correct? $12,000. Would you like to comment on that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the Integrity Commissioner is there to exist to help with code of conduct complaints as well as procedural issues. The budget that was spent last year were complaints and inquiries made by members of council, staff, as well as members of the public.
Thank you. And how does, how do you approve those? You just get the bill and you approve them because you're not, it's supposed to be confidential. So I don't know how you can approve them. Did you want to comment to that? Please?
So we do receive itemized, they are confidential billings, but we do receive itemized invoices from our integrity commissioner, and I'm happy to talk about that at another date too, in terms of procedure.
Thank you. Any further questions on this? All in favor? Motion is carried. The next one is, you okay? It refers to, the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Elma Calderman enact as follows: the BER 2025 compensation and pay equity review be removed from the draft budget package. This was a deferred motion, and it was requested by Councillor Booth and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Booth, do you have a reason, or you want to comment on holding or not holding it? I'll take that. Deferring.
The reason it was deferred was because it said on page, I'm on page 50, I believe, which is BER 2025-03. The concern I had, it said, due to the upcoming negotiations with CUPE for a collective agreement, all changes, proposed union positions are on hold. This compensation and pay equity is only for non-union people. So I just wanted it removed for this year because I don't think it's value for our money that we're going to do a pay equity and a compensation review on just non-unionized staff, and then next year we're going to have to do another one. So I'd like to put it off for a year until next year that we can do everybody then.
Thank you. Council or Deputy Mayor Stover.
Thank you, Mayor Logal. Through you, I would support the study. This is for non-unionized members. We are in a position where we are going out looking for a treasurer, and it could be other managers coming down. And I think it's important to note that we have to make sure that where we are is in an appropriate amount for the job. So I see that it was dropped to 25,000 from 40, and it is just for the managers. And it's hard to say when the other process will be ready to go. So I see it as a necessary option at this time.
Necessary.
Necessary.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment? Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
I understand exactly what Councillor Booth is saying. I think there's not an imperative or a reason it must be done this year, and it can be done within a broader process than next year, which makes a lot of sense to me. I also want to bring to your attention, Deputy Mayor Stover, that we did receive an update by our HR manager in comparison, not that long ago, like within the last 2 years for sure. So we have some current stuff. Perhaps it would make sense to bring that back and review that again, but I'm not sure that this is the time to do a massive study for that.
You have a response?
Just Mayor Logal, if I may, direct a question to our acting treasurer, Aaron.
Yeah, you can go. I'll decide. Go ahead, please.
Would you allow me that discretion?
Yes.
Thank
please go
you.
ahead. No, okay. We'll decide who's going to answer it.
Oh, okay. I was just because of the payroll and maybe the insight that she could offer some insight into this.
Thank you.
So I
clear,
could,
but
yeah.
Aaron, do you have a response?
As in regards to insight, what were you looking for,
Oh.
Deputy Mayor?
That's good. I didn't mean for inside information. I meant that you are doing the, you are aware of where we should be because of the job that you're doing. Do you feel that this would be an asset moving forward? And as we know, we are looking for a treasurer. Do you feel this would be an asset at this time to have this study done?
Moving forward, I do believe we do require this. As as you are aware, we have been going out for managers' positions. And our compensation is below others in our area, so it has been difficult to get the skill sets for these positions. As for the pay equity side, that goes back to the pay equity legislation that we should be keeping current. And this has not been done as well. So it's looking at male, female comparators in the positions as well. So it is something to very much consider because it has been a struggle getting the skill sets for these positions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron. Any other further? Counselor on,
Through you, Mayor, I guess I would just, you know, the legal part of it, you know, where we sit and what our obligations are legally. And if we were to defer this, would we make it retroactive back to this year? If we were to do it next year?
I can't answer that. Can you answer that, Aaron? I guess we can decide when we do that. or not.
It would be a decision of council to retro it from the previous year, but it is very difficult to do with the positions and depending of people leaving or not, then you have that obligation as well. If people were to leave those positions that they currently hold.
Thank you. Go ahead, Counselor O'Neill.
Just if we are, and we are being asked to consider spending 25,000, what are the deliverables we would be receiving for the 25,000 beyond telling us how much neighborhood treasurers or whatever managers are paid?
Aaron?
They would do a full study, so they would look at comparators within our region. They would also look outside our regions to townships that were of similar size as well. So what they would do a full study and bring that back to council. So no decisions would actually be made. It is giving you the information currently of what's out there, what we're competing against, as well as the pay equity study would do the comparators, also give us the foundation for keeping up with pay equity as well. Currently, we don't have that in place, so it would be a scoring system of all positions, and they would look at job descriptions. As we've been busy updating those job descriptions as well, they would take into consideration the scoring of certain positions and where they sit in a pay band as well.
Thank you. Question from myself. Aaron, there was a drop from 40,000 to $25,000. How were you able to do that?
Was speaking with some companies that do the pay equity study, and because of the amount of positions, it's still quite a bit of work. They would still do the same amount of work, but they would set the foundations for all other positions as well.
Including some that could be moved from a staff position to a non-staff, well, or pardon me, a union position.
That would not happen. That would be in part of union negotiations and seeing under the union, we have a stipulation on positions, so they would have to negotiate them in or out of the union depending on their what they consider to be in and out and their labor negotiations and their status within the position.
So whoever's doing it is going to look at the whole group that we have now.
No, they would only look at non-management positions, right, or non-unionized positions.
And there's no need for us to do it, or do you have to do a pay equity when there are unions?
If I may, Mayor, through you to council. So just identify two things. One is we have a policy in place that requires this every 3 years. And we're a couple years overdue. The other part is to understand is that moving forward, with respect to CUPE, when we get into, negotiation contracts and the collective agreement, the pay for unionized staff will be indicated in the collective agreement. And so the study for staff not involved with the union would then remain. If I've explained that properly.
Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship. So I guess one question would be, how many positions for $25,000, how many positions are we looking at then that they're going to do?
Aaron, can you answer that?
Offhand, it would be about 15 positions.
So there's 15 positions outside of the union, 15 different manager positions?
Not necessarily management. We also do not include fire position. Full-time fire by law are not in our union as of right now as well. So they would look at those too.
Okay, and just through you, your worship, one comment, because I was here for the last pay equity. And I guess I could ask this question, but I know the answer already. When it talks about internal pay equity, example, gender neutral, like pay for like work at same performance level, I recall we didn't have any changes that showed that the town was out of whack when it came to a female doing the same job that was a male. So it might, I believe Pay Equity Act actually states 5 years that it should be reviewed. Our policy might be 3. I just don't think that it's going to affect us that much with delaying it 1 year, and let's do it all at once. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
Just a quick comment. I was an employee for a couple of these pay equity, and Councillor Booth is correct. There was no concerns identified with the township's processes around pay equity for at least the last 2.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logal, I just, to either Aaron or to the CAO, you were saying, I believe, Mr. CAO, that we are 2 years over. This should be done every 3 years, and we are now 5 years.
Who wants, Dave, you want to take that?
Through you, Mayor. So yes, our policy does state 3. Councillor Booth is correct with respect to legislation. I don't really have anything else for you.
Thank you. That's pretty obvious. We either follow the policy or follow legislation.
That's right.
The 2 choices we have. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, just to clarify, when the contract's being done for the unionized people, will they need pay equity at the end of that? And will it cycle maybe for the next 5 years or 3 years, whatever? Because I'm just like, I don't know if we're splitting peas here, because if they're going to get done through negotiations, then we probably shouldn't hold this up.
Dave, you want to comment?
It is through your Mayor, it is my understanding, Council, that CUPE will represent the unionized employee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Through you, your worship. Councillor Ainsworth, I see what you're saying. Nothing's going to stop CUPE from next year asking for pay equity, and also the bit about compensation. So the town could negotiate a contract, let's say, to pay you $10 an hour, but CUPE could still ask to say, I want a comparative now against everybody else at what they're making. And they can ask for, we're talking about legislation, and that they can ask to make sure that if they think, I don't know, a female library worker is not making the same as a plow person. So they could still ask for that, and we're going to have to do it again. That's why I want to let's do it next year and do it all.
Councillor.
Through you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, Councillor Booth, if that probably is going to happen through negotiations. Because I would say that they'll probably pull in contracts from neighboring municipalities to see what all they're working. All those are,
We're getting way off subject.
but I'm just saying, I'm just saying that it's to me, it's probably going to get done through negotiations. And then from there on, as our CAO stated, that all their salaries will be in the collective agreement and their increments and increases throughout the year. So they'll probably have COLA, they'll probably have,
Okay.
So I just saying if we've held these people up already for 2 years and we're gonna hold them up for another year, that's why I say some of it should be retroactive.
Ready to vote, and I would like to have a recorded vote, if I may.
sure.
Thank you.
So I've been asked to call a vote. And what is the motion?
To support the pay equity review for the managers.
No, you've got the deferred motion. Yeah. Okay, jump in.
Yep.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so we did have a deferred motion from the January 27th meeting. So the motion that's on the floor is that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Alma-Calderman enacts as follows, that BER 2025-03 compensation and pay equity review be removed from the draft 2025 budget package.
So how do we get that back then, Marilyn, to be able to, because it was deferred, to have it go ahead? Is that possible today?
I'll turn this down.
Go ahead. Clerk.
So
Madam Clerk.
through you, Mr. Mayor, as a matter of procedure, so the motion on the floor is to remove the draft BER, to remove it from the draft budget package. So if this motion were to fail, then the BER 2025-03 compensation and pay equity review would remain within the budget package.
For the review for the managers.
Correct.
So. Not really.
We're going back in time.
Yes, the recorded vote will be to determine whether it's deferred or not.
No, removed.
Removed, pardon me, removed.
So one last time, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
The motion on the floor is that the Council of Township of Alma-Calderman enacts as follows, that BER 2025-03 compensation and pay equity review for non-union be removed from the draft 2025 budget package. We've had a request for a recorded vote by Deputy Mayor Stover. So I'll start with Deputy Mayor and then proceed alphabetically thereafter. When I call your name, if council could please vote yea or nay as to how you'd like to vote on the motion. Deputy Mayor Stover.
I vote that it not be removed, that we go back to the original option. Yea or nay? Yeah, so would that be a no?
So if you're voting against, through you, Mr. Mayor, if you're voting against the removal, that would be a nay.
No.
Councillor Ainsworth?
No.
Councillor Booth? Councillor O'Neill?
Yes.
Mayor Logal?
No,
The motion is defeated.
that's it. Yes. So it's in the budget that this be included. So in order to get it included, we need a motion to approve that it be in the budget. So could I get a motion to approve it? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any questions or comments? Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship. So what exactly, how much money are we approving now? 25,000, is it? Okay, thank you.
Those in favor?
Oh, sorry, can I request a recorded vote, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had a request for a recorded vote on the motion that BER 2025-03 compensation and pay equity review for non-union be approved. The vote was requested by Councillor Booth, so I will start with Councillor Booth.
Can I ask?
So I'll start with Councillor Booth and then proceed alphabetically thereafter. When I say your name, please vote yea or nay as to how you'd like to vote in regards to that motion. So Councillor Booth,
No.
Councillor Ainsworth,
Yes.
Councillor O'Neill,
No.
Deputy Mayor Stover,
Yes.
Mayor Logal.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Moving on, recommendation 3. The Council of the Corporation of the Township of Alma, Haldeman enact as follows. The BER 2025 Customer Service Representative Enhancement be approved.
What page is that?
And I believe this has been amended. It's new. Okay. It's new, okay. Aaron, can you take us through this then, please?
I'm actually going to pass it on to Jeremy.
Okay.
You
Go ahead, Terry.
the BER in front of you is for 14 hours a week for customer service representative to to try and achieve some of the administrative duties brought forward in the previous BER for the full-time position.
Everybody understand that? Basically, it's been rather than, it would have appeared as on the organization chart, it would have appeared as one person added, and what did staff is recommending now that it go back to 14 hours. Okay? Anybody have any discussion regarding this? Yes, Councillor Booth.
Through your worship, I'm just wondering if somebody could explain to me exactly, because this is a new enhanced, are we talking about the person that is working in the office now that we're adding 2 days to them? And that their 2 days or the 14 hours you're adding will be for Parks and Rec?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be one solution, yes. I can't speak specifically to the individual person working part-time currently. Because I mean, it's not approved, there hasn't been a job offer for the extra 2 days or anything like that for one person, but that would be one solution for 14 hours.
So I guess an issue with that would be that if somebody's currently working 3 days and you're offering them 2, now they're going to be full-time, which means there's going to be benefits involved if you went that route. Is that true? Is that through your worship?
Yeah, Aaron, can you respond to that?
We have looked into that and considered that with the ask that the updated amount has been considered for that. So that if it does pertain to moving a position to a full-time, that the benefits have been added.
Added in that fee.
So could I ask what the added fee is? Because
It's right there.
But that wouldn't be enough.
I have, do you have the page?
Page 8.
80. So, sorry, 27,000 then, would it? 21, 26.
So our policy, just so I get clear, our policy states that you have to be a full-time employee to get benefits, not or benefit, but
Not necessarily. We can offer to permanent part-time if they're over so many hours as well.
and how many hours is that, you know?
Believe it's 28. correct, but I don't know offhand. I have that information on my desk back in the office.
Okay, so it's pretty well full then. 4 of the 5 days. Basically. Okay. Any, Mary Catherine?
I have a lot of concerns about us as council making decisions about new positions and for two reasons. The first are financial reasons. If we look over the past 10 years, the increase in wages from 2015 to 2025 is 126%. So that far exceeds the increases we've had in tax revenue. This is a wall that we are going to hit. If we continue from where we are with our wages this year, we'll be spending more on staffing next year than on our roads department. And that's not sustainable. And we have been using roads and transferring money there. We're paying less for roads now than in 2015. So that's not sustainable, and we've got to make some serious decisions. I'm also concerned about making any decisions about playing with positions and mucking with positions when we are in a freeze period with CUPE. I think that we need to get through that process and then decide what we're doing, but I don't think we should be changing people's positions and job titles and hours and all of these things at the same time as we are in a freeze period.
Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
To you, Mayor. I guess what I'm looking at is the fact that we as council sit here and ask staff for many reports and customer service out of our staff. And if we've got people doing 2 and 3 jobs, it just, it's not working. If we want to get customer service out there and we want to get things done and we want stuff brought to council in a timely and professional manner, we've got to give staff the time to do that. And seeing these things come back on the budget shows me how important that it is to them and what they're looking at to try to fix this issue.
I'm sorry, I just missed a little bit of what you said there.
Well, I'm just saying, we as council ask staff for a lot of things.
Yep.
And get things on time. Reports and RFPs and our customers, our residents looking for service. And we know that some of our staff are wearing 2 hats, 3 hats sometimes. So customer service is falling down, has been probably for a while. I understand that we haven't had, it looks like staff is, the money for staff is increasing over certain times. But look at what's been going on with the service of the township for the residents.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilor Booth.
To you, your worship. Maybe somebody can explain the financial impact to me then, because I'm not understanding. If this is added to make somebody full-time, it's saying it would be $26,900. So what pay band would this person be in then? What would they be making a year? Because I have a concern with if that person 2 more days is going to be another 27,000. I think the benefits for $5,500 is a little low. I could be wrong, but somebody making $60,000, $70,000 a year, 5,000 benefits seems low to me.
Sorry, I'm just opening up so I can speak to it. So currently that position sits in our hourly wage band as a customer service clerk. And we have 2 technical positions for it. If it were in the full-time position, which we initially had asked for, it would sit around 55,000 to start. So we have based this information on the calculation of only 14 hours. So that is an upgrade of all your EHT, your CPP, your EI, very minimal impact. So what it looks at, as well as if it is a part-time position as well, and we go out and it's only 14 hours, it would sit in the part-time hour band. So with respects, I'm just gonna bring it back to the union negotiations as well. And Councillor O'Neill is correct, we are in a freeze, so this position, we would have to go to the union to get approval as well. So it's not gonna be a quick turnaround for this position, depending on which route we go, so.
So just to answer my question then, so the $5,500 is low then. If this turns into a full-time position, I think you were telling us, Aaron, what on an average position benefits is 20% or was it 30%?
It's 35, but that's including your WSIB, CPP, EI, EHT. And those have already been taken into consideration.
But if this turned into a full-time, $5,000 would actually turn into 15,000.
Not correct, because the minimal impact on the WSIB EHT is on the percentage of the 14 hours, so very minimal. So most of that is the benefits on top.
Thank you. Your Catherine?
I'm going to change angle a little bit on here because what I hear most frequently from people who are trying to register for programs or to do hall rentals is frustration with our software rather than with our staff. So I'm wondering what consideration has been given to making the processes faster, easier, relieving our current staff from some of doing things manually that could in fact be done by technology. So what's been done on that front?
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's been a considerable amount of consideration given to that. The frustration is with the users and with staff on software or lack thereof. Certainly anybody who's gone through the process of attaining new software and onboarding and getting up and running on it, it takes a considerable amount of staff time as well. And unfortunately, in our existing format, even if we had the software accessible to us, we don't have staff available to input all the required stuff on the back end to even make that functional at this point.
Follow up, O'Neill? O'Neill?
Having been that person for another in a previous job, yes, you're up front, there is time on that, but then that's a short-term need, not a long-term need, because once it's running. But my understanding is that we have already had staff doing some work and trying to better understand our existing software. But I do continue to hear complaints from residents who are trying to book things or to pay for programs frustrating.
Deputy Mayor Stover. You have a question or comment?
I have a question to Aaron, and it would have to do with the time of, if this was approved, of putting somebody in the seat.
I don't know if that's your question or that's the Jeremy.
Well, if I may as well.
What's the answer to that? Aaron, do you want to try it?
Again, as you're aware, we are in a union freeze, so until we get to the table to start negotiating and bargaining, we would have to, all of these positions that we have approved will have to go to the union.
And if I may, no time frame is a year, maybe 2 years?
Not necessarily. We do have dates in April, so depending on how well negotiations go, but with this being a new contract right off the hop, it could take a little bit longer. We don't have a confirmed time frame as how long this will take.
Thank you. Mayor Lowell, I'm ready to call a vote, and I would like to have a recorded vote if I may.
You're gonna need a motion first, and I would like to make a final
Oh,
comment.
I'm sorry, I didn't give you your final word.
Thank you. I just want to say, you know, from my point of view, complaints are down considerably. And I believe it's because we have a person there that's customer service that's handling it. there may be more complaints, but there's also an awful lot more business that's going through too, so you gotta expect that. I think that person needs, the department needs some help. And I think 14 hours is a reasonable amount of time to start with. And I'll ask for a motion then. Or we can vote, we need a motion.
I'd make the motion
And your motion is,
to support recommendation 3, BER 2025-20.
okay, can I get a seconder for that? Second by Councilor Ainsworth. Did you ask for a recorded vote?
I did, your worship.
Clerk, Madam Clerk, are you ready to do that?
Yes, sir. So through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had a request for a recorded vote from Deputy Mayor Stover on the motion that BER 2025-20 Customer Service Representative Enhancement be approved. I'll start with Deputy Mayor Stover and then proceed alphabetically thereafter with each member of council. When I get to your name, please vote yea or nay as to how you'd like to vote on the motion. Deputy Mayor Stover,
Yes.
Councillor Ainsworth,
Yes.
Councillor Booth,
No.
Councillor O'Neill,
No.
Mayor Logal.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Mr. Mayor. Can I just, through you, could I just ask a question? Can you tell us, or could somebody tell us where we're sitting for a percentage right now? With,
That's a good point. Thank you. Can you answer that quickly, Karen, or no?
Yep, currently right now with no changes affecting the budget as they've all been provided, we are sitting with growth at 6.48.
With growth or
Sorry,
after growth?
after growth.
Thank you. 6.48. And we haven't, okay. So we haven't really taken anything out, but we haven't added anything yet, right? Okay. That answers your question, Councilor Booth?
Thank you.
Councilor Ainsworth.
To you, Mayor. It always, we go through this process and it always, intrigues me the difference between last year and this year. And I'd like to know where we sit with that right now. So compared what we paid last year to what the increase is it 2%, 3%, or is it actually the 6.48%?
I think I can answer that. Councilor Ainsworth, it's 6.48%
From last year.
above from where it was last year, yes. Number 4, the Council of the Corporation, in its regard to the administration budget be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder to put it on the table?
I'll move.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by. Can I get a seconder to put it on the floor? Councilor Ainsworth. Questions or comments?
$45.
Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
through you, your worship, if somebody could just guide us through what's changed from the last meeting on the administration budget. Thank you.
Aaron, please go ahead.
Through you, your mayor, the only thing that actually has changed and it had no financial impact was error on the budget side for HR services and legal fees. It says 75,000 now, as in prior, I believe it said 20,000, but the amount was already in the percentage and in the budget. It just did not get updated on the spreadsheet.
And am I correct in stating that that is for preparing for negotiations?
That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councillor O'Neill.
So when we looked and you reallocated the position from the CAO clerk's department into facilities, so I see the increase in facilities, but I still see that we are actually showing that we're increasing from last year, although not from what we actually spent for the CAO clerk's department. Just in my mind, if we took a position out, that's probably 80,000, give or take. We should be seeing a decrease in that line.
Go ahead.
Through your mayor, there was just a change there because the initial CAO fire chief position was not fully allocated there for the funds. And then we had step increases for the other positions as well.
Councillor O'Neill.
So, I mean, we had a CAO last year when we were doing this budget, so there must have been funding in there for our CAO. We've actually reduced a position in that department from last year.
Correct, but there was some changes in that position with some finances, some increased finances.
Can you be more elaborate?
Council approved for the CAO position to have a change in bands not a change in bands at the band level, but at a higher rate with the added position.
To answer your question, Councillor O'Neill.
It still seems high, and with that, I would say that employee or the wage line for HR also seems to have what looks like a 45% increase there, and that seems maybe large.
That was realigning the HR position to be fully in HR. Previously, there was a portion of it going to finance as well with the payroll position, but it has since been realigned to be fully coming out of the HR budget.
Okay. Sorry, and then that includes benefits then?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
One last question. I know that cost recovery from the library came up at our last meeting, and you were going to look into that, and then you didn't mention that there'd been a change. Do we have the cost recovery for the admin services for the library showing up there as revenue?
Under 2025 budget or under 2024?
Well, it should be there for both years, but yeah, 2025 is what I'm asking about specifically.
2025 has increased to 15,000, and that is for the library portion.
And that's an expense.
No, that's
It's on the
cost recovery.
revenue line from
Okay.
the library to the admin.
But we're getting paid for it. The other one, Councillor O'Neill.
The building and grounds maintenance. Now I know that we're not doing internal bill back. So what is that 20,000 then? This year we didn't receive any BER or anything explaining that 20,000.
Is that under the admin tower rental under revenues?
It's in expenses right under admin contract services. And then it says building and grounds maintenance. So in 2024, that 20,000 was, a bill back number that was going back to the parks or whoever was doing the work. But this year, you've made the decision not to bill back, but the 20,000 is still there, which would to me indicate that that's for a project, but then we didn't get a BER to identify any project work.
Through you, that still will be an internal because there are some items we do bill back under the GCC and the fire department to the county. There are some internal transfers that still have to be done. They're just very minimal ones now, but that is still one that needs to be there.
Mayor Catherine?
I just really want to stick with that because it shows up again in the facilities budget. So what is in there then for all of the different facilities when it's saying building and grounds maintenance? What items are included in that budget line?
That would be part of your caretaking, your grass cutting, and your snow plowing as well. Take over.
Jeremy, you want to comment?
Just other anonymous, expense lines that might go into that would be any of your contracted services, electrical, plumbing, heating, all that kind of stuff. That small projects, general repairs. For example, recently we just had one in Centerton for the plumbing repair to the toilet and the accessible bathroom out in the front lobby.
It probably never had it in before. Well, how would they pay? How would that been paid just in coming out of where before? Because we still had different services. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, yes, and like I said, it is just they come out of contracted services, but this is just your internal. So when other departments are doing things for the admin office as well, it is the snow plowing, the grass cutting all around our municipal office as well. So it's just an internal transfer of funds.
Okay, go ahead, Mary Catherine.
I take what our manager facility said. It makes sense that we have something there for those lines. But then if what our acting treasurer is saying, then that should show up as revenue to those departments. And I thought that our plan this year was to not have to do that internal billing back. So as such, I would expect that that would be an area where we can have a lower number now than in the past.
That's why we kept it at status quo of the 20,000 because we are trying to get away from them, but because we do bill out for external contracts as well, we still need to show that expense.
Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
So if we're looking at 2024 or other years, but let's look at 2024, what percentage of the building and grounds maintenance, if we were looking in those GLs, what percentage was going to these other contractors and what percentage was internal bill back?
That's a tough question, but hopefully you can give her an answer.
Well, a general answer is fine, but is it 50-50, whatever?
Unfortunately, I can't fully give you a percentage because it changes depending on hours. Because we do bill back per hours, so if so many snow plowing hours take place, then we bill those. Cleaning at facilities, some of them we do bill back. So with our fire department, we do bill back through the caretaker for cleaning. So there's just those internal ones that we have to, but I can't say percentage wise because it goes by hours. So they could fluctuate.
And is that true for the community centers as well? And the custodian work?
No, that's what we're trying to get away from is the internal transfers from the facilities. And that's why we moved the one position to cover more of those hours. But we will still have hours at our municipal office, which is under administration. So there's still a few that are under there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of a affordability crisis. And so I am very worried, and I've had many seniors come and say they're very worried about tax increases. So I'm really looking at lines, even if, we can find that whole budget between the different facilities is probably approaching 100,000, the building and grounds maintenance. And some of it has to be there. But if we're not doing bill back and doing cost recovery, it's a new expense to us. And how much of that then is a new expense beyond what it was? And how much, so I would like far more information than I've received on that to understand it.
Mayor Longo?
Yes.
I'm ready to call a vote, and could I call a recorded vote as well, please?
Can't call. I've got to call.
Oh, thank
I
you.
haven't had any opportunity to express it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I rushed you again.
In the capital, there's one line for administration for $65,000. I don't know what that is.
Under capital, that is the $40,000 for the development charge study and the 25,000 for the compensation review.
Thank you. That should be, can we put that in there? I guess we can assume that that's what it is, but I appreciate you knowing, and we should be really having for capital a little bit more explicit information.
Those are under the BERs, and I have it as a side note in my spreadsheet, as there just isn't enough room for comments beside every line in the budget package.
Mary Catherine?
Just why was that in capital rather than operating then if it's for those two studies?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Initially, because it was $80,000, we had moved it to capital. We could move it under contracted services.
Might address.
Just pointing out that when someone calls request a vote, we have to stop immediately and do that. However, it also says that every member shall have an opportunity to speak before that. Okay. So what's on the table right now is this is the draft 2025 administration budget be approved. And Deputy Mayor Stover has asked for a recorded vote. Right. CAO. Sorry. CAO. Not CAO. Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've had a request for a recorded vote from Deputy Mayor Stover on the motion that the draft 2025 administration budget be approved, which was moved by Deputy Mayor Stover and seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Proceed through the council attendance alphabetically by last name, starting with Deputy Mayor Stover. When I call your name, please answer yay or nay as to how you'd like to vote on the motion. Deputy Mayor Stover?
Yay.
Councillor Ainsworth? Councillor Booth?
Yay.
Councillor O'Neill?
Because I have outstanding questions, I'd like to abstain.
I don't.
Through you, Ms.
Can you abstain?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our procedure bylaw says an abstained vote is voted in the negative, so it'd be a vote against.
Would it, sorry, is it not recorded as abstained?
It's recorded as per our procedure bylaw as a vote in the negative, so it's recorded as against. And Deputy Mayor, or sorry, Mayor Logo. The motion is carried 4-1.
Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, can I ask, through you, did that affect the 6.48? I believe the treasurer said that all the numbers were in there, so passing that didn't move it anyway, right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we have deferred motion by Councillor Ainsworth and Deputy Mayor Stover regarding a general laborer position at a lesser rate than Parks and Trails Forum. Councillor Ainsworth, do you have a question or comment?
Through you, Mayor. Initially, when I looked at this here, we were at the time when Jeremy got hired, I was looking at the fact that Jeremy would be the overseer of everything and be able to give work direction on what the employees needed to do. And at the time, feeling that that person would be able to take direction, whoever we hired. So we didn't need the supervisor. But I would ask right now how many supervisors in that department do we have?
One.
Just one.
Yep.
So this would make two.
Yep.
And how many employees?
Half a dozen.
6. And would this supervisor have anybody working underneath him? Specifically for their duty?
3, I guess. 3 in one, 3 in the others, total of 2.
Because initially this was supposed to, go out and do trails, look after the boat launches, parks.
Do you have a comment?
I was just gonna speak to it just to give a little bit the microphone stead. That this would be kind of 2 parts position. So we have one currently supervising. So Jeremy's vision of it would be kind of an inside outside. So a supervisor would be looking after the parks in that area. And then another one would be looking after the inside, the arena. And then the employees would be split depending on seasons and placing of employees.
Mike, give any other comments?
I think Jeremy was gonna.
Jeremy, you have something? Okay. Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, just for clarification, then building on what Councillor Ainsworth said, there would be 2 supervisors, 1 manager looking after 7 or 8 part-timers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's important to note that the supervisors are working supervisors. So our existing foreman is also a 40-hour-a-week arena operator at the arena complex, which doesn't allow too much supervisory time. This position would be similar in format, that it wouldn't be a non-working supervisor, it would be a working supervisor. So some supervisory four-person type duties, working duties, which would reduce some of the part-time hours in the budget, and also working alongside the other full-timer in some of those 2-person jobs that are required where there's more than one person for health and safety reasons.
Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, when you said replace some of the part-time work, so in the summertime, I know you have the 1 supervisor staying and doing the grounds there, and this person obviously would be out and about. In the wintertime, my question would be, you've got 2 supervisors now working in the arena. Are you saying that these 2 people then, they're not both going to be sitting on day shift working together and you're still paying for part-time people at night? Are we looking at, if this person is 40 hours a week, that the part-time wages should decrease 40 hours a week too?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there would be a reduction. Certainly, I agree with your point. They wouldn't both be at the arena during the same hours, Monday to Friday through the day kind of thing. Through the winter time, Parks and Rec is also out maintaining the exterior property at all of the community centers as well. So there is a lot of part-time hours currently in the department that would be reduced.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Again, I'm just blown away by the staff increases. When we came and were elected for this term of council, the situation was that we were paying the public works manager 20% or whatever it was extra, to be also the parks manager. And that wasn't working. We all acknowledged that wasn't working. And instead, we've now hired and we are paying this person well to be the manager at a full-time position. I think we've got it right. I think that's what we needed. I don't believe this is the time to further increase the cost of the management in that department. I do not understand why we would need another manager for 8 part-time employees or seasonal employees. We can make this work. We've got to find a way to make it work. Of course, we can keep going out to the taxpayer and asking them to do this new position and that new position and blah, blah, blah. But at some point, that is not sustainable. And I think we've reached that point.
Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Logo. As I read this deferred motion, this is to hire a general labor position at a lesser rate. That's what we're discussing here. We're not discussing whether we should have a foreman or a general labor. We're discussing whether we should hire a general laborer. So I think that now we've switched over and we're talking about hiring a foreman, but that's not what is before us here. Thank you.
Good. Right.
Oh, just want to make sure I get this right. That staff be authorized to hire a general labor position at a lesser rate than Parks and Trail foreman. Any further discussions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. I have no comments, by the way.
I'm sorry that I brushed you. That wasn't my intention at all, Mayor Logo. As I have listened to everybody here, I don't support hiring a general laborer for this position. We don't need another general laborer. Our state of our buildings have not been looked after. And whether a general laborer could go out and look at buildings to see what needed to be done. So, I mean, this is why I'm not supporting this. So that would be my only thought. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. A question would be, if we were going to go for 2 shifts at the arena and we didn't have a supervisor, who would be in charge of the employees? Because under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, someone has to be in charge of the employees. So you'd either need a lead hand or a supervisor. Or somebody appointed.
Someone, yeah. Councilor Bruce.
Through your worship, to answer that question right now, it's whoever the senior staff is. So at night, and you can correct me, Jerry, if I'm wrong, it could be a part-time person that's working with one of the students. That's the supervisor at night. My concern is that I didn't want to have 2 supervisors working on days together, and you've got a part-time person who I wouldn't say doesn't have the same skill, but is not a full-time person. I don't want to see them joining up together. And a question through you, your worship, could somebody tell me if this is hired as a supervisor position, what's the impact on the levy? I'm thinking it's around 1%. Is that about correct? If it was a full-time manager's position with benefits?
As of right now, the position that's in there is for operator. So it would be the difference of the operator to switching to either the lead hand foreman position and then the benefits on top of that.
So is
Addition.
right.
So
So
it
I
wouldn't-
assuming
it
it's
would-
about, if it
wouldn't-
was a manager or if it was a supervisor's position, we're over 100,000, which is in the ballpark of a 1%.
It wouldn't be the full 100%, the full 100,000 because the one position is already in there. So it'd be about, I would say, 0.3, 0.4.
$32,000.
Yes.
I see what,
We could save $32,000 by going from a foreman to a general duty.
The general labor position is in the budget currently. If we were to make it a lead hand or a foreman position, we'd have to add the 30,000 back in.
That be with the benefits as well?
That would be included, I believe. No,
Okay, thank you.
But
Plus, no, actually, thank you, plus another $11,000.
So it'd be 40.
so about point 4, 0.5.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
but so getting back to though, when you say, well, it was already included, when you look at this position, if we were to hire a supervisor's position, the total impact on the levy is almost 1%.
In its entirety, yes.
Okay,
As the position's in there as a operator, it would only affect the levy about 0.5 because that percentage of the benefits and salary are already included in the budget.
okay. And the reason I bring that up, Mr. Mayor, is to comment on what Councillor O'Neill said is we're hiring all these positions, and I think council needs to realize that this is going to increase our levy by 1% if we go with a supervisor for this. And we keep adding staff, and we're probably with this are going to be 2-3% just on staff. So we do need to start to make some hard decisions because we're sitting at 6.48%. And then we're going to be talking about adding 3 point whatever to the asset management. We're up at 9 or 10.
I'd like to comment on this particular one. I will be, I'm thinking that as much as I'd like to hire someone, I don't think we can afford to hire anybody. And I'm concerned, and I say that because first of all, I'm not sure that the arena is going to run next year. I hope it is, but I don't want to hire another person to find out whether it is or not. And yes, I would like to make all the improvements to the buildings, et cetera, and more spent time in the parks and everything else, but we cannot afford it. We simply cannot afford to just keep adding on and on. My opinion. So I will be saying not to hire a green general labor and not to hire a foreign person as well. And we'll make do. Councillor Booth.
Through your worship, I would agree 100% with you. And I think this was talked about before. Until that study comes back, I don't feel comfortable hiring any full-time staff. Once that study comes back, and like you said, if the arena's a go and whatever, then staff can come back to us to say, this is what we need to run it properly. But what happens if it doesn't? Like you said, Mr. Mayor, then we've got 2 full-time employees now that we're paying. So I think this needs to be no now, and then fine, we'll see what happens. And next year it can always come back to us. It's not like things are not going to get done. Jeremy still has the part-time staff that can go out. We still have a supervisor and a manager that can go to these buildings and say, this needs repaired, this drywall, this needs fixing, and we send the part-timer out there. So we're not decreasing service at all. It's just whether it's a part-time person doing it or a full-time person doing it. So I agree with you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Booth, any further discussion? So the motion on the floor that was deferred was to hire a staff person as a general laborer at a lesser rate than parks and trails foreman. Correct? Do I have a motion to do that or
You have-
to? We've already have it. Okay. So I got it already, so I call the vote.
I ask for a recorded vote, please. Mr. Mayor.
You certainly can.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've been, Councillor Booth has asked for a recorded vote, so it would be the same spiel as the previous ones. I'll go through, starting with Councillor Booth first, and then go through alphabetically when I call your name on the motion. That staff be authorized to hire a general laborer position at a lesser rate than Parks and Trails foreman. Council, please vote yea or nay as to how you'd like to vote on that motion. Councillor Booth?
No.
Councillor Ainsworth?
No.
Councillor O'Neill?
No.
Deputy Mayor Stover?
No.
Mayor Logal?
No.
The motion is defeated unanimously.
Councillor Booth.
Through you, Your Worship, could you clarify for us then, we don't have any position then, right? That was to say no to an operator and we're not, do we still have to vote on the original way back or no, that is dead for staff for the arena?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, the Parks and Rec foreman position was removed after the first budget meeting from the package, as it was replaced with that general labor position. So there is no further staffing being added to Parks and Rec at this time.
So I'm gonna beat you to the punch. Aaron, what will this do to the budget? Aaron, you gonna take a few minutes? Do you need a few minutes? Then let's take a 10-minute break. And you can take 10. But I need a mover and a seconder to do that. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Booth. All in favor? That's carried. We'll be back at 11:30.
I do.
Stover and Stover, SB. Next, that the draft 2025 Arena and Parks budget be approved as amended, and that was deferred. Mike, you want to lead us on this?
I'm gonna,
Thoughts or comments?
yes, I do, but I need to recoup here, but maybe I'll allow Councillor Booth to have his thoughts.
73.
I guess maybe you ready?
Yes, to you, Mayor. I believe it was deferred because we were going to figure out this, the other employee thing. But now that we figured out that, we could probably move on.
I have a couple of thoughts or comments. We took, in order to do this, we were going to take $82,000 out of reserves to do the arena assessment. And another $40,000 that was added from the original one for the ball diamond bleachers. Because that really wasn't in the cost at the first, I don't believe. Also, the wages are down as $60,000 at the arena and $17,000 at the park from our original ones. Anybody else have any thoughts? No, Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, maybe just for clarification, I'm not sure. The BER 2025-08, which was the baseball diamond seating. I just wanted to be clarified for us is that we approved $40,000. Is it 20,000 that's coming out of the budget and 20,000 from last year's reserves? Because it still got in there with 40,000 plus 20 from the budget last year. It's 40 is total, right?
40 is total, and that's on the line under capital parks for parks upgrade. At the very bottom.
Okay, thank you. So that will make a difference in the budget then too, because originally the ask was 97.
It's already been updated in the
Okay.
numbers.
Okay.
It was never listed.
Oh, wasn't? Okay. Thank you.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor. Just a question about the Nowatan Sanctuary. The money that was allocated when we sold that property. Where is that sitting right now? Because that doesn't show anywhere.
Aaron, can you comment on that?
Through you, Mayor, to council, from what I know about that, what I would strongly suggest is that staff do an investigation and bring back a full report to council on when that property was sold, where the money went. And then you'll be able to make a decision moving forward. I do know that it's not clear, and I know that we need to do some work on that.
The property was sold during this term of council.
23.
Pardon me?
23.
Just so you're aware of that, Dave. And it's, I don't know where it is. It's there, but I assume it's there, but it's just needs to be clarified. It could be in general reserves. It could be in the Parks and Rec. I don't know. It could be any place, but I think it's a good thing to find out. Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, I do want to say that when that property was sold, I believe we made a motion to use that money to refurbish the Nowatan Sanctuary. So
I think we better go back.
So we
that
need to go
too,
back and-
because I think it was a portion of what was going there. And I don't know if we ever got specific. Counselor, or pardon me, CAO, do you have a comment?
Yes, to you, Mayor. So do you want to give that to staff as direction as part of this budget? Or how does Madam Clerk wish that to happen?
I personally, I think we should leave it outside the budget but do an investigation. Can we do that? We can make a motion on that now. I guess we gotta finish this one first.
Yep.
Okay, if, any other comments? Councilor O'Neill.
We've got a budget here that assumes that it's going to work, but what is our plan for when there is a leak?
Are you referring to the arena?
I am.
I don't know if we can answer that. Jeremy, do you have a comment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have tried to answer a similar question like that before. I can't really speculate at hypotheticals and what ifs for future potential mechanical failures at the arena. I mean, there could be a leak, there could be a leak at any time, there could be any kind of mechanical failure. I think it really depends on if there is one, what it is, and we would then plan a response to it at that point.
Thank you. Mary Catherine?
From the residents I've been talking to, they do not want to see a repeat of what happened at the beginning of this season.
Councillor Wheeler?
Through you, your worship. Is staff at least preparing? I know when we used to put in ice, instead of waiting until the very last minute, which I believe we do every year here, we wait until like October to start up. Could we be looking at making sure that there's no rentals in September and then at least trying to start up a few weeks early so that if there is issues and we have to get them fixed, whether it's by us or by minor hockey, that at least it's not delayed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff have been looking at that for the fall. Certainly that facility and that floor is not meant for summer or warm weather ice. Which is, I'm sure goes into the historical decision of putting ice in later into October. This past fall, even not getting ice in until the end of the month in October, there were still days where there were 22, 23 degrees Celsius outside, which made the ice too soft to skate on, especially with some of the lines being shut down and isolated. That being said, staff have been taking steps to look at starting the plant earlier, even a couple weeks, maybe not installing the ice at that point, but circulating and seeing if it holds.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You have to put material through to do that, or you just pump air, or?
No, it would be running the brine through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you would shut down again?
Not necessarily.
Just leave it
Correct.
quiet?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill?
Just to follow up then to my question, if it doesn't work, we presumably have about half of the arena operating budget would be sitting there. What other activities could happen or other uses for that money if it does leak? And Simcoe has said it will leak. So I think we should prepare for that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, did you just say Simcoe has said it will leak?
Yes, they presented to us. Now, it was before you came, and we were asking for the cost for the flooring, and they did come before us and share the cost for the flooring. But they're like, it's leaked every year for the past however many years, and it is going to leak again. That was when we made the decision to put the leak seal in. So we've now used up, we don't have leak seal on the table anymore. So this solution that we did last September was, well, we're already past leak seal. We're into, we have to start to shut the system down. We were able to only shut down a few lines, so therefore it operated this season. But we have to anticipate there's going to be leaks again next year. We can hope that it only has a handful of leaks and we can get another season out of it. But I think, you know, I have had people reaching out and they're worried about whether they should register here again next year. And they certainly don't want to see a repeat of that. But, you know, if it doesn't work, then what? And there's money there. I'm fair enough. Is that then, are we just saying there's nothing in Grafton, but we're going to start putting that money into reserves? Are we saying that we're going to look, I suppose the study will help us with that. So I'll be patient on that one then.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. The assessment that we're being done, or the study, will tell us an awful lot of, or answer some of the questions that you've mentioned. Jeremy, maybe you could fill us in a little bit, and I don't know the answer. I sometimes don't like asking questions unless I know the answer, but are you receiving any leaks since the work was done?
No leaks since the work is done. No leaks this year.
No leaks at all. Okay. That's good to hear.
Good.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? So I believe. So, Mike, you had asked that it be, held. So we're gonna, open it up again, and I believe it says that the council of the corporation of the township of Holland enact as follows, that the draft 2025 Arena and Parks Department budget be approved as amended. We've already got a mover and a seconder, okay? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have a deferred motion by Councilor O'Neill and Councilor Booth regarding the corporation of the township of Alma, Cullivan, and act as follows. The funds be allocated in the 2025 budget for facility assessment for offices and community centers. And I believe that this is in the budget for, am I correct in saying $50,000? Is when I went looking, but I'm not an expert at it.
Yes, $10,000 was allocated to each facility under contracted services.
Contracted service. Thank you. And what page are you on? You're way ahead of me.
All right.
83. So as an example, if I'm looking at the FCC, it was 10 and now you're up to 20. And that was for 5 different facilities. Thank you. Yes. Councilor O'Neill.
What's the other 10,000 in contracted services in there, please?
I think we discussed that, but I could be wrong. Wasn't that the electrician and you give?
No, that was in building and grounds.
Okay. Pardon.
Which line, sorry?
So for each of the community centers, like the FCC, which he just picked up on, for contracted services, it's reading 20,000 in that line. So the 10 is for the building condition assessments. What's the other 10 for?
HVAC, pest control, internet. Those types of services that were status quo from the previous year.
If you're saying it's status quo then, and maybe I don't quite understand, but for the FCC, we only spent $250 last year. Or pardon me, in 2024. Is that because we were not up to date with it, or? And I think if I followed down there, there was quite a few of them in similar things. And we had budgeted 2,500 and we spent 250.
Yes, so that comes back to items like pest control that hasn't been done, that needs to be done yearly. And then there's items of under FCC and HVAC. Sorry, I'm just reading notes for
Okay.
Jeremy.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, some of those are under contracted services like quarterly pest control inspections and changeouts for all of the centers. Some internet installations into the centers that would incur monthly costs to go along with the key card access and those types of things. Those things that are actually tied to like an annual service agreement of sorts.
Okay. Councilor Booth.
So just expanding on what you said, Mr. Mayor, then, so FCC was 250, ACC was 250, CCC was 0, and VCC was 0. So are they up to date then? Like if we've had contracted services all year in there, we should have more bills than $250 if we're asking for $10,000. Especially if they're doing quarterly. It's not like they leave the billing until the very end of the year, so.
You're asking me that? I'll
But
pass that
through
on
you,
to-
sorry, Mr.
I'll
Mayor.
pass that on to our Parks and Rec manager.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't speak to all of the first 9 months of last year anyway. I didn't start till the end of September. I will say pest control is a new expense for the community centers, not done in 2024. And certainly the results of not doing pest control in those facilities has proven the need for it.
Well, how much would that be? Do you have an idea?
Monthly cost?
Well, is it done monthly or quarterly?
The billing is done monthly. The inspection and traps are checked quarterly unless there's problems identified, and then they increase the frequency.
Oh, is it $500 a building or more than that?
I can get you that number.
Okay. Go ahead, please. Please do that. Go ahead.
For you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm a little wary of approving this until we find out exactly what the $10,000 is added extra for those three that I see when we're looking at, we spent $250. And I understand you weren't here for the first 9 months, but we still should have billing for that. Didn't mean that nothing happened. So I'm not comfortable passing this until I find out exactly why we've got $10,000 added to contracted services for all of those when we spent $250 or zero. Yeah, we probably jumped one.
Yeah. All right. Okay, we did jump one.
Yeah.
And that'll give Jeremy a time to answer the question. So the question is, do we spend the $50,000 for facility assets for offices, assessments, pardon me, for offices and community centers? That is the question. Anybody have any comments on that? Councilor, Deputy Mayor Stover.
Through you.
Through you, Mayor Logel, I wouldn't support this. This is $50,000. I'm sure that a lot of the information that would be required would be in the last assessment that was done. I believe that was 2018, 2019. So I don't think much has changed. And so that would be my reasonings for not supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor O'Neill.
I could not find any assessments, building condition assessments that were done. So as far as I know, they do not exist. I look at the asset management plan as it exists, and I know we are going to be finishing that between now and July 1st, but there is nothing in there for buildings, for any of our buildings. And without knowing the conditions of our buildings, which is critical to making decisions about these buildings, and we do need to make decisions about these buildings. I think if we have fewer centers, we can have better quality at the centers that we do have. So I think it's the right direction for us to go, but it is going to be essential to decide whether or not to keep a building, to know the condition of that building and what kinds of costs will be incurred to maintain that building for the next 25 to 30 years.
Councilor Booth.
Through you, your worship, I agree with what Councillor O'Neill is saying. I don't believe in my term of council I've seen any facility assessments on the community center in that report I think that Deputy Mayor is talking about. And I think it is critical. I think she brought up this at the last meeting, is if this council is looking at in our term of what we're going to do with some of these community centers, or that we need some data to us to show the decisions that we're making. So if we decide that Fenella or one of the other buildings, whatever it is that we're not going to because it's not worth it. We need to show people that. So I would agree, we need to spend this money to get that report and to show us what the condition of these buildings are.
Councillor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor, I kind of agree with Councillor Booth and Councillor O'Neill. But at the same time, I believe that we could assess these buildings on our own somehow and save the $50,000. If we're gonna have a public meeting and we can lay it out on the table what the costs are to these centers versus the revenue to these centers versus the use of the centers. To me, that would be enough to make a decision whether we want to keep the center or not. And then if we're going to end up selling it off, buyer can do his own thing.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
We need to know what it is going to cost to maintain these buildings for the next 10 years. We need to know that to meet our asset management requirements, but we need to know it to guide our decisions. And I know that this is a newer building, but I also know that the Ontario Science Centre, the roof there was condemned. I know that Notre Dame School in Cobourg, the roof was condemned. We do not have anyone on staff who can tell us as council the condition of this roof that was built at the same time and may in fact have used the same materials that have proven to be problematic. We need to know that, because otherwise, how are we completing our asset management if we do not know what costs we need to anticipate in maintaining the building?
Councillor Booth.
Through your worship, I agree with the comment you're making, Councillor Ainsworth. It's just all through this budget, we've talked about trying to get a contractor in because our staff doesn't have time. And I think probably the only staff we have that could do any sort of this would be our Mr. Butwell can do it, but I don't think he's got the time that he's going to be able to do it, to go around and do a really good job and give us a good opinion on it. So I think it's money well spent that we need to do this, and let's get it done. And concerns that you've raised, Mary Catherine, and I agree with what you're saying, Mike, but this is one of these things where I think it has to be somebody qualified to do it, to tell us. And then that coupled with what you said about the usage and are we getting enough money to even pay for the heat or whatever, will just make it much easier for us to make that decision.
Thank you. Jeremy, do you have an answer or is that for the next one? Yeah. You don't have to rush. Oh, you got the answer?
The estimate is approximately $150 to $200 per visit per facility. Quarterly visits unless problems are identified and then more frequent.
Okay.
Oh, that was further.
So you've got enough money in there, 10,000 each.
Back on.
Again, the
Back on
10,000
the
covers
motion.
more than just basketball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're still sticking with the 10,000 overall. I'm slipping all the time.
This
Okay, let's get back at the original one. I agree with everybody, but I'm gonna say what I think anyway. Perhaps Mary Catherine does bring up a good point with this particular building. She's concerned about it. I'm not concerned about any of the rest of them. So if we have to do this one, I guess I would accept that, but the other three are not in a rush, and I think we need the money in other places rather than just that. Councillor O'Neill.
A follow-up question to you, Mayor Logal, then. What information are we going to use to complete budget or the asset management plan to budget the costs for the next 10 years for our buildings?
I would suggest we start off with at least what we spent in the last 10 years. And that will scare you enough to not to want to continue on any further, in my opinion. Venture question?
No, it doesn't, because we sit here all of the time saying we've under invested in our buildings without knowing what investments are needed in the buildings. What investments are needed in these buildings? And we need to have that number. We need to have it for asset management, and we need it for our own decision making about which facilities to keep.
Thank you. Anybody else have any further questions or comments?
Sorry, I have one more.
Yes?
I would also like to draw and remind our fellow councillors that our advisory committee last year sent this as a recommendation to do the building condition assessments. And this year, again, said we would like to send that same recommendation back to council. So I don't know if it's ever come back, because I don't think we've had those minutes come before us. But our advisory committee is recommending that building condition assessments should occur.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
I just need a clarification or just a question. The advisory committee. I didn't realize we had an advisory committee. Do we? I just a question to Councillor O'Neill.
The full title of the committee is Recreation, Culture and Community Development Advisory Committee. That
Okay.
is their title.
Okay, and I think that's been, that title's been altered a bit, hasn't it, or
yeah,
not?
something.
Yeah, anyway, that's what stumped me. Thank you.
So the motion is that the budget, 2025 budget for facilities assessment for offices and community centers be included in the 2025 budget. All in favor?
Record it vote, please.
Through you, Mayor Logo, we've had a request for a recorded vote by Councillor O'Neill on the motion that funds be allocated in the 2025 budget for facility assessments for offices and community centers. So we'll be starting with Councillor O'Neill, then proceeding alphabetically thereafter. When I get to your name, if council could please indicate yay or nay as to how you'd like to vote on that motion. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councillor Ainsworth,
No.
Councillor Booth,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Stover,
No.
Mayor Logo.
No.
Motion is defeated.
I have a question for you, Aaron.
No. Give us a couple more minutes.
Through you, your mayor, that changes the percentage to 5.21.
Okay, thank you. Next we have recommendation number 5. Council of the Corporation of the Township of Alma Calderwood and act as follows, that the draft 2025 facilities budget be approved as amended. Councillor O'Neill,
I'd like to make a motion from the floor prior to that motion coming forward, please.
what is your motion?
That we direct staff to bring us a report on the building and grounds maintenance and the contracted services cost, which total $117,500. And to explain more clearly what is involved in that $117,500. So a report on that. I feel like we need that before we can make a decision on this budget.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Booth? Further discussion? Yep, go ahead.
When you talked about through your worship as amended, so would that include then they're gonna change the facility wages and everything like that when we took away that position? So these numbers are obviously gonna get changed, right? When you
Well-
say amended. Because the way it's printed now where it talks about
Yeah.
rec and culture, facility wages or whatever, I guess amended meant that any of the stuff we voted on today would have to be changed.
That's correct. That's what I'm changing as we speak. So
Okay.
anything that's been amended, like the Parks and Rec position has been taken out,
As well as the
as well as the 50,000 for the
assessment.
assessments. That's how we're down now to 5.21.
So through your worship, just to build on what Councillor O'Neill's saying, I would feel more comfortable when that comes back to us to show us exactly what the numbers are and everything before we just pass it. Plus the concern that she has about, could we get some more explanation on the 100 and what was it, 150,
$117,500.
where exactly that's being spent? Thank you.
And just for clarification, the 117,000 was from where?
That's the building and grounds maintenance items on page 83 and the 10,000 per facility for contracted services as well.
Thank you.
So that's the 50. The building and grounds maintenance is 67,500.
So your motion is to find out that information.
Yes, I think we need more information before I would feel comfortable proceeding. That's a very large number. And, you know, if we have some opportunity to, make savings there, we should look at those. But without knowing all of those numbers, it's very hard to say.
How difficult is that to get that information? Time? And a couple hours or I'm sorry,
That wouldn't be able to be.
I'm gonna have to grab the mic.
Yeah, I can't get that today.
He's saying it wouldn't be available this week.
Okay,
It just takes some time.
thank you. So the motion on the floor, we gotta start with the motion on the floor, correct? Yes, the Councillor O'Neill has made that we get this information from the Parks and Rec manager prior to continuing on with the parks and or facilities budget. So that's the motion. All in favor? Good. You
Good
never asked
question.
us yet. Yes.
No. Thank you for noticing that. Is there another, through your mayor logo to Aaron, is there another way rather than holding this budget up to get the questions that we require?
If after our per se lunch, Jeremy and I can speak and kind of go through to see where these lines are, we might be able to come up with a bit of an answer.
Thank you.
I didn't bring my lunch.
Well, I didn't think that much either. Okay, will that satisfy Councillor
So-
O'Neill?
Sorry, are you asking, can this be deferred until later in today? Is that what I'm being asked at this moment.
Yes.
If somebody makes that motion, I wouldn't object.
Okay, we need a motion to defer. How long do you think it's gonna take? Realistically, how long will it take? Half an hour or more than that?
I will just have to go see where these numbers are coming from and
Okay.
add them together and then go through the possible comments that I have on the side to see where some of this money comes from.
Great, thank you. Staff is recommending that we take a half an hour, or pardon me, an hour break for you to get this information collected. And then we'll come back and finish it up. Are you movers? You open the motion first. Okay. Okay. So staff is recommending that we consider the motion on the floor. That was amended to see if we can get the answers this afternoon. And so who is that? So it's moved by Councilor O'Neill and second by Councilor Booth to wait until we got some more information. Everybody okay with, oh no, we better do it properly. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And can we take a break? And it looks like it's 10 after 12. Vote out. Can we be back by 10 after 1? Moved by Councilor Booth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Council chambers today on the 10th of February. And we just returned from a quick bite. So we're going to go right back to where we were. And I believe that was on recommendation number 5. And Councilor O'Neill had requested some information. And I'm not sure who's going to respond to that. Jeremy is, I guess. According to your counterpart there, she pointed at you, so we'll give you the first opportunity.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, the request was a little bit more detail and information on the contract service fund for the community centers. It's important to know there's two different parts there. There's contracted services and ground maintenance. Contracted services is more of a proactive approach to facility management. All of these buildings have been completely under service for a number of years and reflects that. Oh, that's on. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on, the things at the back. I got it.
Oh, he's got it unplugged. You might want to start that over again.
So the contracted services is the proactive expense line for our facilities, and the building grounds and maintenance is to keep in repair for things as they pop up, more of a reactive approach. The community centers, as you look at them, have been underfunded in these two areas for a number of years, which is why they're in the repair that they are. So contracted services is the expenses that we can anticipate to our best ability. So within the budget for each facility is things like pest control, internet costs, expenses with Lucy for testing and parts, maintenance on the water systems, furnace cleanings and services for the facilities that have furnaces, health department inspections, things like the facility we're sitting in right now has a kitchen. That kitchen has a hood. That hood needs to be maintained and cleaned annually. Some of our facilities, like the Grafton Community Center, has an elevator. It needs to be inspected every year, annually. Alarm monitoring in the applicable facilities, all of the facilities, septic, pumping. So any of the more predictable expenses. And then the building grounds and maintenance is general repairs and maintenance as it comes up that is less expected.
Okay. Do you have some dollars and cents then, Eric?
So we just did a cost comparison and the numbers in the budget. So under contracted services for all the facilities equals 49,000. And then the building and ground maintenance, and that includes also our Roseneath revitalization maintenance as well, is 63,500.
That answer your question?
Not fully, Mayor Logal. And I appreciate what you're saying to us about the previous work not being done and some of these things. I bet we haven't been keeping up on elevator inspections, for example, and that's great that those things are going to happen. But if we look at our 2024 actuals and then we look at what's proposed, I bet we're getting close to $100,000 difference. I don't have the 24 actuals added up here to be exact, but I think that's too big of a jump all in one year. And especially with some of the building and grounds maintenance, if some of these items haven't been dealt with in the last 25 years, they probably can wait until we make some decisions about the facilities before we decide to move ahead. And what comes to mind is concerns that have been brought to us about the removal of the shed in Vernonville. If it's been there for 25 years, do we need to pay to get that done this year? Or can that, again, be something that we wait and do down the road? Anyway, I just think that is a huge jump from what we've had in the past, and a place where a more reasonable number, a smaller number needs to be in there than, and taking your new numbers, that's still about 113,000 for those lines altogether. So I would like our councillors to consider a lower amount in there to try and just keep our tax rate down.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logal. If we consider lowering all those lines, and we have just heard from our facilities manager, things that have not been getting done, like pest control, like elevator maintenance, this, that, and the other thing, and what should have been getting done. So I'm not prepared not to have those done unless we close them all, and then we won't have to do pest control. We won't have to do any of that. So I think until I would like to see this get approved. And if we are running these facilities, we have a responsibility that they're done properly and that the grounds are managed properly. That's our responsibility. So at this point, we aren't closing any facility down. And so we have to continue on with water testing. There was an issue in one of the facilities where the HVAC wasn't even being looked after. Now, that was a couple of years ago, so, I mean, you can't nickel and dime this. We're gonna have, we would have a huge liability if we're not gonna look after our facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Councilor Neal.
Just 2 points that I want to respond on that. The first is you were the one who voted against getting the information to decide what buildings we should or shouldn't keep. And then you turn around and say, we're not making decisions about the buildings. We do have to make decisions about the buildings. And I don't think we should be making a $100,000 increase, and it's probably not quite that much, but even a $70,000 increase until we have made those decisions. I think we need to make the decisions and then decide where we're making the investments.
Thank you. It sounds like we're debating a little bit, so I'm gonna read the recommendation and then we can get it on the floor. The Council of the Corporation of the Township of Alderman, Alderman, enact as follows, that the draft 2025 facility budget be approved as amended. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover. Second by Councilor Ainsworth. Any further comments? Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. Staff has done a great job saving money in the past year. I wonder if this is one of those spots where if we approve the budget that, you know, we would actually get a current cost of doing these services for the facilities. And if we save that money, it could be an annual ongoing report maybe coming back from Parks and Rec of how that's going. Because we don't really know. It's right now, I think we're rolling the dice because a lot of them haven't been done. So staff is now identifying that, and this is a cost.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Councilor O'Neill.
I agree with you. I think we need to get information to make our decisions upon, and we don't have that information. And as this is written, we are putting a lot of money there without anything more specific than a pretty fuzzy, I can spend $113,500 this year. It's really, really open-ended as it's come forward. It's not in alignment with the spending we've done over the past few years, but most difficult for me to be approving this is we need to be making decisions and then making investments. What's the point of spending, an extra and, between the 10,000 in there for the contract services and the 15,000. So we've got 25,000 per building to spend 25,000 per building without deciding what buildings we want to keep, rather than go the other way, make these decisions about where we need to make the investments. I just find it very open and very imprecise and not targeted to our goals and needs.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor, one more. Just a thought. Could this number be decreased? And if we used up that value, could we pull from reserves? Could it come back to council at a later date?
I guess, yep, we can do that. We have every right to do that. So what are you suggesting?
Well, I'm just suggesting, I understand what Councilor O'Neill's talking, and until we actually know what the actual numbers are, the dollar values are for these services that we want to do for that, we really don't know. So maybe it'd only be $50,000 at the end of 25. Maybe it's going to be $150,000. So if we could, I'm just saying, if we could maybe, just for argument's sake, cut it in half and then pull from reserves if we need more with a report from Jeremy.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Logo, I'd like to put a question over to Jeremy, our Parks Manager and Rec Facilities Manager, cutting this and asking him, cutting this budget in half, what would be the ramifications of doing that?
I don't have a problem with asking the question, but I think we should split it up to both, what the heck were they? The doc, or the, contracted services and the, maintenance, general maintenance, I guess is the right thing.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, and to try and address the contracted services off the top, I think Councillor Ainsworth, to your point earlier, we don't know what the costs are. Staff have done a pretty thorough work through of the invoices of the past and the expected invoices that would come through for the facilities. That's where these numbers came from. So there is quite a bit of homework and math that goes into it on our end to come up with these numbers. I think if we were to start cutting the contracted services, you could potentially see some major health and safety and liability issues, depending on how much budget's left and what issues or what services it is that we cut. Obviously, things like water testing, things like elevator services, that stuff, if it doesn't get done, does result in things being shut down. Water sources in facilities that offer kitchens. If you don't have a potable source of water, you can't use that kitchen. Same with the elevator testing, and the elevator testing, just for the public record, has been carried out, and our elevators are currently up to date and good and passed. Otherwise, things like the Grafton Community Center would not be able to be occupied. Which when, there's a daycare center and stuff in there as well. So some of the smaller things within that contracted services line, like furnace cleanings and that kind of stuff, if you put that off, that wouldn't result in any kind of shutdown necessarily to a facility, but it does shorten the lifespan of assets, of course. To try and answer about building grounds and maintenance, I think if you cut that line, realistically, it just handcuffs staff's ability to react to issues that do come up that I think we've all seen arise in the last handful of months where things go wrong in facilities, whether it's a leaky toilet or a toilet that won't flush, or issues with light bulbs, or anything like that where staff need funds to react to issues that come up at these facilities and on the properties.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna
Does
say,
that include planting trees and looking after the gardens and that type of stuff?
Exterior grounds is part of that line on some of these facilities for sure.
Okay, thank you. Here, Catherine.
So you've given us a list of all of the things that have been happening in the past. We did do the water testing. I'm wonderful to hear that we've been up to date on the elevator testing. All of those things have been happening. To introduce 50,000 in contract services is 50,000 that was not there last year, even though, with the exception of pest, which in the past was mousetraps, but that's brand new money that you're asking for that wasn't there before. And then when we look at the building and grounds maintenance line, last year that did include bill back to the other departments. And I wish I had in front of me our budget from last year to know what we were billing back last year. So if we're not billing back, and that's wages is now just being covered in the wage line, whatever we're not billing back, that's also an increase. So we've got the 50,000 plus the not billed back as new expenses this year. So, now we're what in that section.
Can you comment on that?
I can. So we are still billing back for a few of the facilities, including the GCC, as we do bill out our hours and grass cutting, maintenance, those type of items. Yes, the wages are covered, but we will still have some internal transfers there that will need to be captured. And then I wanted to also speak to Mike's comment, Councillor Ainsworth, around the reserves. So again, this is a budget and we're not going to go out and spend money that we don't need to spend. However, by cutting the amount and hoping to go back and use reserves, then we're going to sell our budget short. And then we're going to tap into reserves by going that way as well. So we're trying to look at the one side of it is we're not just going to go out and spend the money if we don't need to spend it. We are still going to look and be cost productive in what Jeremy's doing for these facilities, making sure we're hitting legislation, doing the elevator inspections and items. With extra rentals at these facilities, there's extra costs to even just toilet paper, maintenance of toilets, just to name a few items. So the more we use the facilities, the more there's going to be some building and maintenance costs. So I really want you to look at that side of items too, is that we're trying to build these up a little bit and have more programming and offer our residents some recreational items within our township. So by building up, we're going to have a bit more expenses on those sides. So I don't recommend cutting the cost and then hoping if we need more money to go to reserves, because then we're going into reserves where we're trying to put money aside for infrastructure and those types of items. So
We should not really be going to reserves unless,
No.
as far as I'm, unless it's approved. We can't, can we? We really shouldn't.
no, we'd have to come to council for recommendation to pull out of reserves again. So
I'll throw my 2 cents on the contracting facilities. The way I understand it is maybe we haven't done them in the past, but that's wrong. And we know that those things are mandated. Most of those are mandated and we have to do them. We don't have any choice.
But they were being done.
What's that?
The mandated ones were being done. We've been assured that.
And as far as the building and maintenance goes, I tend to agree with Deputy Mayor Stover. If the buildings aren't there and we decide that we're gonna not have them anymore or move them along, then and that could happen, within the next year. Certainly hope, not hope, but I certainly hope we've made some decisions before then, and then we won't spend, as Aaron says, and Aaron and Jamie, I think, agrees too. He won't spend unless he has to. Anybody else got any comments? I'll read we need to get moving in a second. So the motion is that the Council Corporation of the Township of Allen McCaldum and act as follows, that the draft 2025 facility budget be approved
Oh, I have a question.
as amended. Yes?
This actually is going to make the budget look better. Has elections, there are probably likely 2 elections happening this year. That was always a huge revenue source for the CCC, since it was used as the early election poll plus the election day poll. So they should be reaching out to you anytime for those contracts. And that is a good revenue stream, and we could probably put that we're going to receive something from that.
Okay. If and when we're contacted, then that'll be going to budget, I'm sure. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Moving on to Public Works position, be removed from the draft 2025 budget. This was deferred motion, deferred by Councillor Booth and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. It's pretty clear and straightforward, I believe. Anybody have any comments? Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship. I spoke about this last time, and if we are on page 118, get my glasses on. It says there in the very first paragraph, in the absence of a full-time public works manager, this position has grown to look after responsibilities that are outside of an administrator's position. This person that was hired to do that job was supposed to be clerical for public works and to be putting in input and stuff like that for the asset management. Now that we have a full-time public works manager, This person should be going back to what their original job is. And my question to you, Mr. Mayor, and you can address it to whoever, is this position, is this going to be a union position or is this outside of the union?
I'm going to pass it on because I don't know the answer and I don't know if staff knows the answer too. Aaron, can you comment on that?
This position would be a unionized position.
Thank you.
So my comment on that was, why would we be right now giving a union position an $11,000 or $12,000 raise plus benefits? That should be a negotiated item. If the union thinks that this position needs more money, that should be negotiated. I don't see why we're picking out a union position and offering this person more money for a job that they don't have to be doing now. That person should be going back to the job that they're doing, and we have a public works manager that is very capable. And so council knows, when we did hire this position, like I said, this person was an input person. It's the manager's responsibilities that we're paying good money to the managers to supply that information on asset management to this person who puts it in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logo. I'd just like to have a little bit of input from our CAO. I'm not sure if he could add anything to this position.
Thank you. CAO.
To you, Mayor Logo and Deputy Mayor, I have nothing further.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
I concur. I don't think we should be changing positions during this freeze period with QP.
Thank you. Anybody else have any further comments? Deputy Mayor.
This, through your Mayor Logo, if I may. This is being done now by an individual. And there wouldn't be any reason why the workload would decrease. It would still stay, the increase, the work would be that plus more. So I think it's more of a formality myself. Be all I'd have to say to that. Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments? I'll read the motion.
I do.
Yes.
Through your worship. I disagree with what the deputy mayor is saying. It says right there under project background and justification. The public works administrator position was organizing and planning most of the day-to-day work. That is now being done by our new public works manager. So this person's job should be less now. They shouldn't be doing, we didn't hire this person ever to do the daily work schedule of the operators. And that's what we have, the new public works. So this person now should be resorting back to the clerical and the asset management. And I agree with what Councillor O'Neill's saying. I don't think we should be playing around with union positions on salaries and
I
stuff.
hate to cut you, but we've heard that a couple times already.
I agree with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments?
Next, there's recorded vote, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had a request, recorded vote requested by Councillor Booth on the motion that that BER 2025-17 Public Works Coordinator position be removed from the draft 2025 budget. So I will be starting with Councillor Booth. I'll then proceed alphabetically through members of council. When I call your name, please answer yay or nay as to how you'd like to vote on that motion. Councillor Booth,
Yes.
Councillor Ainsworth,
Yes.
Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Stover,
No.
Mayor Logal.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
The next one is recommendation number 6. The Council of the Corporation of Township of Elmwood Haldeman enact as follows, that the draft 2025 Public Works budget be approved. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor Booth.
It's amended.
Oh, moved as amended, pardon me. And did you get a chance to do that, Aaron? Will it be a little bit? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Yeah, through you, your worship, just wondering what the amended items were. I know there was an issue brought up by Councillor Ainsworth last meeting about some of the AFN construction, and I think we had asked the Public Works Manager to maybe just touch base with his staff just to do a quick, making sure that the roads assessment was touched base on and things like that.
You have a comment on that, CEO?
Yes, Mayor, I have a report to read to you that was put together by our Public Works staff. Staff identified roads using a multifaceted approach. Staff considered residential maintenance complaints, maintenance performed by Public Works, knowledge of high trafficked areas, and familiarity of deteriorated sections when making their selections. As was stated in the roads needs study, traffic counts were used from the previous study, which was in 2016. As traffic conditions have changed over the past decade, staff have used their knowledge on high trafficked areas to help guide their selection. For instance, Clouston Road is used as a cut through for motorists as their GPS is routing them on the shortest path when trying to access the 401. I reviewed the roads with staff and inquired about their selections. With current winter conditions, I was able to perform a visual inspection of the roadway. Using Google Maps, I was able to view the roads, and a majority of the photos were taken in 2024. Roseneath Landing, AFN, from County Road 18 to Third Line, has an 80.4 rating. Large number of complaints due to potholes, age of road, deterioration of road. This is a collector road for Roseneath Landing, serving approximately 100 homes. Staff's decision to reconstruct the road due to the amount of homes it services and its conditions. Road has depressions and distortions near the third line. Clouston Road grills to Massey Road, 87.8 rating, deemed adequate, page 9 of the report. From Google Images, we can see road deterioration, including cracking, heavy potholing, and is a shaded road. Boomerang Road, County Road 23 to Clouston, rating 77.1, would be in the 1.5 year range now for structural adequacy. Heavy potholing and cold patch throughout the roadway, longitudinal cracking and alligator cracking. Surface treating the road would tie it to the Clouston Road. Second line, AFN, Macklin to Marston Road, average out to mid 80s, deemed adequate. Heavy potholing and patching has been required on this roadway. Significant deterioration, approximately 550 meters from County Road 45, longitudinal cracking and alligator cracking. Telephone Road to Hoffer to Boyce Road, rating 92.1, 84.5, deemed adequate. This section has received extensive maintenance repairs and requires significant amounts of cold patch. Completing this final section would be the last section of the road that needs to be service treated. Identified in roads needs study as urgent. Third Line Road, Curtis Point Road, Shearer Point Road. Poor condition. Third Line Road from Sandercock to Shearer Point Road. From Grandview Drive to Sandercock Road, the township has received a substantial amount of complaints on the road condition. Third Line Road, a portion of this road was identified in the roads needs study as now construction. End of report.
So to summarize all of that, was there any changes to this?
No, sir.
Thank you. Good report.
Thank you.
And where'd you get that from? Stephen?
Stephen.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. I still have to be kind of strong on this, the AFN roads being resurfaced. It's $338,000 of our taxpayers' money. We don't get any tax money from Oliverville First Nation, so it's directly coming from our taxpayers' pockets. And you know, You know, and at this time, I would like to make a motion that we pull all those roads off the budget and the cost until we get an acceptable agreement.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a motion on the floor. Then we've got to stick with it first, correct? Any other
But-
comment?
Mayor, the motion on the floor is to accept the budget.
Yes,
So can I counter that with pulling that off the budget before we accept it?
Amend, I think.
amend. No, okay, we're a little bit ahead. It's been suggested that we split this up between the budget because we're still gonna spend the $950,000. Whether we spend it on what Mike has suggested or not. And we'd have to add another, motion in, I guess, to do that. Yep, go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the Public Works budget is looking at the numbers presented in table 24, I believe it is. On page 114 and 114 to 116. So that would be the numbers. If there's any changes to the proposed construction schedule and to the proposed construction schedule on table 25, that could be a point where you would put the roads into question. So right now, the motion on the floor is dealing with the numbers, not necessarily the construction schedule as recommended by staff. So you would have to deal with the motion on the floor at the moment, unless council was to vote it down at this point in time. And then you could rearrange how you wanted to make adjustments
Anybody have
if there was
any
any
problem with
impact on number.
Any other further questions on the budget itself? Mary Catherine.
I do have a question or an observation, but first, please pass along my thanks for that excellent report. That was very, very useful. I found that last bit about the now construction of interest, and I look forward to hearing more in the future about that, but that was very, very helpful. My observation is this budget that I'm being asked to pass here is a $300,000 reduction from last year. It is less money being spent in public works than was being spent in 2015. So 10 years ago, we were spending more money on public works than we are now. And then I look at our our asset management plan and the OSUM report. And this budget is 700,000 short of meeting those. So that's not actually an insurmountable gap. But it would be only 400,000 if we hadn't taken 300,000 from the Public Works budget and redirected it to other departments. And I'm not comfortable with doing that. I think it is our most important budget. It's the biggest budget, but it's the one that has the most impact on our residents.
To summarize, are you saying that you want to add $700,000 to this budget?
No, I'm saying that we need that to be there and that I cannot support what's sitting in front of me that is actually 300,000 less than last year. And then we would only need another 400,000 moving forward to get us, so that was meeting our asset management plan, which is not an insurmountable number, but it's insurmountable if we're going to pillage our public works budget to fund the other departments.
I don't think we're doing that. Well, everybody else feels that we're doing the right thing because we've approved this far.
I
So-
still get to say what I say.
you.
And I mean, it is clearly stated in there that in the comments earlier in this booklet that there was money that we were funding other departments with the money from Public Works. And I do not agree with that decision.
Thank you. And you're not adding, you
I'm
don't want
not,
any,
I just wanted to make my comment that
you.
I'm not happy.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, Mike.
To you, Mayor. I've actually had a different comment that I've had residents tell me that we're spending too much money on the roads. Our roads are good enough. Spend it somewhere else. So just, I guess it's who you talk to, but, you know, maybe back in, 2015 or whatever, the roads were in rough shape and there wasn't enough money spent on them. I don't know, but I mean, what our group has been doing for our roads, they saved us $300,000 last year by thinking outside the box. So, that's the kind of stuff that we need to do.
Any other comments? Yes.
Yeah.
Councilor
Oh.
Beasley.
Through you, your worship, I see both councillors' points. I do agree with Councillor Ainsworth that thinking outside the box, they have saved a lot of money and that's good. But I also see Councillor O'Neill's point, which is the roads. We are, I wouldn't say in great shape, but we are much better than our surrounding municipalities that I hear complaints on all the time. And I don't want to continue to cut that in 5-6 years, we're going to be the same as them. When you look at the actual reconstruction and whatever, we've got, hundreds of kilometers of road and we're not doing very much when you look at the $950,000, right? So we do have to be very careful because in past councils, they usually always went to Public Works and cut money out of them. And then it's going to come back to bite you later that you can't catch up. So I see both points. If I was to approve this, then I would just do this for the 1 year. And then I agree that we need to get back to what we were spending on this. And I see Councillor Ainsworth's point about the AFN, but the very detailed report that we got from Stefan and him going out and looking at it and confirming, I agree. We all as councillors got a lot of complaints about Roseneath Landing in the third line and went out there and looked at it and it was like, it's bad. So
Okay, let's finish up on the budget first.
So I see both sides, but I would be willing to approve it for this year and hopefully next year that we get back to what we were spending.
Thank you. We have a mover and a seconder, I believe. All those in favor
Sorry,
of the
could you read the motion?
yes. That the council of the corporation of the township of Alma Calderman act as follows, that the draft public works budget be approved as amended. And can you comment on the as amended?
I'm sorry, just with the position change
Yes.
or,
I think that was it, wasn't it?
I believe so. The percentage is now at 5.19.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
Sorry, I do have a note here. I know that we signed contracts with the subdivisions for snow clearing. Where would that be showing in our revenues?
On that side of it, I have not updated that as I don't have the numbers currently in the finance department.
Shouldn't that be in there? Because we have signed those contracts.
Dave, you have a comment?
Yes, through you, Mayor, to council. We have the contracts that were approved by council to enter into contractual form. So we have sent them to those companies and we're waiting for those to be returned. Once they are returned, then it will be included in the budget.
Thank you. And I, as long as we know that they're going to be, I'm okay with that. Because we have signed the contract and I know they're doing it, so. Here, Catherine?
Yeah, and my thinking is if it's showing up there as revenue, that would quite possibly even decrease it another. I can't remember. I have the number 40,000 in my head, so that would be 0.5% if that was the number. And
I think
our
that's-
CAO is nodding, so that would be another 0.5% that could help us and help our taxpayers.
All in favor?
Well, sorry, are we in favor with that number added? Is that what I'm being asked or do?
No.
Yeah.
Yes. I called the vote based on the information that we had, and that was with the 5.19. All in favor? Motion's carried. Now we'll move on to.
Sorry.
Yes,
A question to you, because as I just said, if that is 40,000 and CAO Dawson did nod that that is correct, that's a full 0.5%. I don't think we should move on until we wrestle with that just a little bit more, because that will impact the levy rate.
well, go ahead. You know, I'm sure, I agree with you, Mary Catherine. I'm sure there, at the same time, I'm sure there are a little bit of other things that could go up and down a little bit. And I don't want to take too much time worrying about that type of stuff. Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. Can I make my motion now?
Yep. Okay. Okay. We're moving on to the particular ones regarding the certain roads. And Mike, you've got a motion?
Yes, through you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we pull all the AFN roads off the budget until we get an acceptable agreement.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Councilor or Deputy Mayor Stover. Do you have a comment, Deputy Mayor?
Just a comment and maybe some more information. How many of our residents are using these roads?
I would say about half.
Well, you did mention in this report 100
Yes.
houses.
100. Oh, I missed that. Thank you.
Yeah, there's 100 homes, plus there's an awful lot of other ones that could head on further on through there, et cetera.
So there's a lot of traffic, and it might not all
That's,
be AFN people.
In my, you know, what's that? Mike's service or whatever, the place that owns the different convenience store on 45. That's right across from Roseneath Landing Road, and that's used a lot of time by a lot of different people to get to that place, in my opinion.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you second, any other, else have any comments? Go ahead.
I go back to, this is a well-used road by our residents. It is in need of care. It has been in need of care. It's certainly 2 years ago when I was campaigning, 2.5 years ago, it was a hot issue then, and it hasn't got any less hot since then. We need to get to that road. We can't put it off indefinitely.
Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. So without the agreement done with Oliverville First Nation, we won't know what roads are actually going to be ours. So we're going to be paying for these roads to get done and then just hand them over if they end up taking them. Right? So that's coming out of our taxpayers' dollars, right? $338,000 out of our taxpayers' dollars. They just added 200 acres out on is it Bradley Road or Baker Road? Anyways, is that going to be part of it? Is that going to get thrown into the mix of it? Until we have an agreement, we are spending taxpayers' dollars for someone that doesn't put a penny into our budget. And that's not fair to the taxpayers.
Thank you. Further comments? Anybody else have a comment? Councilor Booth.
Through you, your worship, I totally agree with what you're saying, Councilor Ainsworth, but then I see what Councilor O'Neill's saying too, and we've been putting this off and putting this off, and what happened last year with all the complaints we received, I know I got complaints where people said the patch job that we did was ridiculous and they're fed up and everything, and from what I've heard from Stefan saying that there's 100 homes there, so a lot of our people are being affected. I'm hoping, Councilor Ainsworth, that after we spend this, that we're done until we get some kind of agreement. No more. No more is spent on that we've fixed the urgent ones, especially that third line one, which they're saying is recorded as urgent. That let's get it done. And then we, in the negotiations with them, say, we're done. That's it. We're not doing We're not spending another dime until we get some kind of agreement with you. So I'm torn between both of yous, but I will vote to accept it.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
Maybe.
Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logo. Where, if I may, where are we at with meeting the obligation for an agreement?
I'll give you my understanding of it, and then if the CAO wants to further comment, he can. And I don't know the exact date, but 2 or 3 years ago, the council approved in principle, an agreement that those roads would be exchanged. And we did get legal opinion on that, and the lawyer that we had said you have to honor that because it would be a breach of the contract if you didn't. But I'd like the CAO to confirm that.
To you, Mayor and Council, you are absolutely correct. That is what we were advised. And so because we have that in place, that is the direction that we should go. To answer the question about where it is heading, we have formed a committee together and we're working on a committee terms of reference, and then we'll be fixing a date to get together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Ainsworth.
So through you, Mayor, so does it say what we have to do to those roads? Can we just gravel and grade them?
Well, that's not what's recommended.
Well,
Go ahead. CAO.
So without getting into too much of the detail, there is an opportunity that's been identified that we have been that we're required to do with respect to our federal government, and that is the exchange of roads. And that's with respect to roads ownership. So for the transfer of ownership of these roads, there's going to be a transfer of, we'll be receiving some AFN roads, and AFN will be receiving some of our roads. For AFN to receive some of our roads of ownership, they need to be brought up to standard. And that's just part of the agreement in the fine detail. So I'm just going to leave that there, but we are obligated.
Further comments? Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Through your worship, then I guess to alleviate Councillor Ainsworth, any of these three that are on there, are they roads that we will be giving to them or them giving to us? Do we know that or have an idea of these three?
CAO, any comments?
Yeah, to you, Mayor and Council. So the listing of the roads are identified in the agreement. I shouldn't comment any further on it.
Well, okay, thank you. The fact is that these roads are used by residents in the township. And they deserve to have the roads that are safe. And I don't think safe and able to move on the roads, knowing that they're going to be able to use them safely. I guess I'm getting a little bit muddled around here, but I don't think we can go back on what we committed to. And that's what the lawyer has told us, and I think we're going to be getting more and more into trouble. We could have probably saved some of them roads if we had acted on them 2 or 3 years ago, and they could have been perhaps surface treated. But the fact that they are in such poor shape now means we gotta spend it and get it done. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logo. If we would find ourselves in a breach contract, this amount of money in legal fees would be a pittance to what we would be looking at. So I understand the concern that Councillor Ainsworth has, but because we've inherited this agreement, we're more or less having to follow it. That would be my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody's had their 2 comments. I'm going to call the vote.
can I have the revote quoted to?
Yep. And the motion was, yeah, can you read?
Yep.
Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had a recorded revote requested from Councillor Ainsworth on the motion that Alderville First Nation roads be removed from the 2025 proposed construction schedule until a formal agreement is reached with Alderville First Nation. So starting with Councillor Ainsworth, I'll then go through alphabetically by council member. When I call your name, please answer yea or nay as to how you'd like to vote on that motion. Councillor Ainsworth,
Yes.
Councillor Booth,
No.
Councillor O'Neill,
No.
Deputy Mayor Stover.
No.
Mayor Logal.
No,
Motion is carried.
thank you.
Or sorry, motion is defeated. Defeated. Reading the wrong one.
Okay, the motion was defeated. The next one on the list is recommendation 7, which we've already handled earlier in the meeting.
Sorry, Mayor Local.
Yes,
Can we go back again? Because I don't think we should just move on and not address something that is significant to the tax levy there with the, in terms of the revenue from that contract.
are you talking about recommendation 7 or 6?
No, it was that I failed to bring it forward before you had already asked for the vote, but I think it is still something that, you know, we've been asking our acting treasurer all day, have we got this down? Have we got this down? Let's get this number. And here's an opportunity for us to get it down approximately 0.5%, which would be very helpful to us in our tax levy request.
Thank you. Is that a motion?
Sure, if it is a motion, if I'm allowed to make that motion, I'll absolutely do it.
Okay. This was already approved by council as amended. However, if we have a motion to revise it, that is moved, pardon me. We're just going to get the technical stuff here. I think it is. Has to be one of the people. Yep. Right. This is possible. And it's called a motion to reconsider. A motion to reconsider a decided matter shall only be moved by a member who voted with the majority on the original motion. And the majority on the original motion was to accept. And I believe that Councillor Booth, Councillor Ainsworth, Deputy Mayor Stover, and myself all voted with the majority. So only a mover, that can only be moved by a member who voted with the majority of the original motion. And the second portion of that is a motion to reconsider a decided matter at the same meeting shall require the approval of 2/3 support of the whole council that is present.
So I'd make a motion to reconsider that part about just adding, because it does make sense that if we know it's $40,000, if we have that, it shouldn't take very much to just calculate if it drops it. So I'd make a motion to reconsider that, the revenue part.
Thank you. Aaron, you have a comment?
Um,
Or should I get a second or first?
Gotta get a second.
Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, because. Which one is that? We can only consider the whole budget and not a portion of it.
Okay, so motion to reconsider the whole budget then.
Seconder,
Oh, I will second it.
seconded by Councillor O'Neill. All in favor?
Do we get any discussion?
None on the motion. to
Oh,
consider.
sorry. Yeah, okay. My apologies on that.
All in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated.
What happened there?
So could I ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor? If in the future, next few days, you do get confirmation of that, could we have some kind of indication for it? Because it's very important. We are talking about decreasing, and that could, Mr. Mayor, I don't know, decrease at 0.10, whatever, who knows? Just to have that information that, you know,
Go ahead, Aaron.
Through you, your mayor, if the budget is passed today and it's full, then it would be the set numbers as of today. So it would not decrease or the levy at this point if it was passed. But as everything, the budget is ongoing in and out numbers, so things change within a week all the time. So even if we get those numbers, it could come in that we have another cost of $40,000 for something else. So
that through you, your worship, that's true, but what the public sees is that final number. So whether it's 5 point, whatever you told us, or whether it's 5 makes a big difference. I know budget wise, it doesn't, that if we spend or you save some money in the end, but the public sees that number in the paper to say it's 5.25 when it could be, maybe it's 5. So I agree with what you're saying, but to me, I think as a counselor, that's a critical number and it's worth waiting a week or so if it's going to drop, right?
You have a comment on that?
I was gonna say through you, your mayor, it's council's decision.
Any further comments from council? Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
Just a reminder that $40,000 is close to 0.5%. So if we're at 5.1, we would probably be down in the neighborhood of 4.65, which gives us a lot more room for the discussion about infrastructure funding.
Thank you. Further comments? Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
To you, Mayor, could we add this later? Like if we passed it today and that came in, could we make the corrections later? I mean, we're all for it. It's just a matter of a waiting game.
So we've already said that we do not want to reconsider. And then that was taken with the motion by Councilor Booth and seconded by Councilor O'Neill. So it's really a case of voting. You have a comment?
That's true, your worship, but the final approval of the budget is what counts. So I see what Councilor Ainsworth is saying. Yeah, we're not there to say we give the final approval. So until that happens, that number could change and Aaron could come back to us 3 days from now and say that number is now 4.79 or whatever. I agree with the point about we weren't going back to the Public Works one, which is fine, but that number could end up changing.
You've got to vote. You've got to move to the floor. Okay. There is. Okay. Okay. Staff have, or said we could consider in recommendation 9, further on down, which is approval of the 2025 operating and capital budget be approved. We could amend that there to add on $40,000 income from Public Works. Is that basically what you said?
Plain and agree.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to move on to item 8. That the council and corporation of the township of Allen Calderman enact as follows, that the draft 2025 AH Public Library budget be approved. And I can move in a seconder. Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded. Councillor Ains, Councillor O'Neill.
Well, may I be excused while this is discussed?
Yep. You are excused.
Thank you.
Any discussion, comments? Councillor Ainsworth.
To you, Mayor. I've got a few notes here that I made and went back and looked at some of the things from last year. And so last year we asked the public or the library to work together with us as a partnership, and that didn't happen. We asked for meetings on how to build a better library, and that didn't happen. We've had meetings together with council instead of just seeing them at budget time. That didn't happen also. So last year we were working on an MOU. We asked about that. In the minutes that we did get, I see that they deferred it 3 or 4 times. So that still hasn't happened yet. And June of 24, council received 1 set of minutes. And then there was council received the rest of the 24 minutes and received some in 25. So a couple of things. So they say they got 1,400 plus card holders, and how many of those are active holders? And this comes out about so that would work about $230 per card holder. So I'm concerned about transparency with the library. The budget is $322,668.28. I don't see the $6,000 in grant money that they were talking that they received. That should be in their budget. And
6,000 or 16?
6,000.
Okay, that's not the library for the province then.
No, just for them. They mentioned that when they come and did their budget proposal. So I mean, on top of all that and the, you know, the issues with we got with staffing there, and people leaving the board and the an acting chair. And just not working with council, that's a substantial part of the budget also. And we need some, we need some concrete facts from them that they are going to work harder with council. And you know, and then it comes up to the fact, do we need 3 libraries? So add that into the mix with the community centers. You know, this is a big budget for what I see we're getting back out of it. If I was a businessman, you know, we get back $30,000 and we're putting in $322,000. So I would say that you know, whether we have to do a full report or whether we can, you know, sit down with the library board and put together an agreement with them.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsworth. Councillor Booth.
Yes, through you, your worship, to address some of Councillor Ainsworth's concerns, since I sit on the library board. There was training provided by the clerk, and all the minutes, as far as I understand now, have all been corrected and sent in. It was an issue with training to make sure that the CAO or CEO of the library was trained in that. As for the budget, Councillor Ainsworth, they're actually $26,000 less this year than they were last year. So when I look at that, I'm like, they're one of the only departments that have come to us and reduced the budget. And I know the library has gone through every line, and they did last library board meeting to make sure that they tried to cut anywhere they could. The concern that they have always is with the numbers that they are provided with by the town. For example, the insurance last year was a big one where they said it was going to be 7, it ended up being 11. Well, that's not the library's fault if the town doesn't give them correct numbers. If the town doesn't give them correct numbers for the services that they provide, the library takes that number from the treasurer and puts it into their budget. If the numbers they get from the town is incorrect, then you can't blame the library. And I guess the last thing is to do with the MOU. We were supposed to have a meeting about the MOU in December, but due to sickness and that, they put it off. So we do have a date now in February that they want to finalize the MOU, and then they want to go to the CAO and the clerk and present it to them, and they do want to get an MOU. My comment to them was, let's get the budget done first and the MOU after, because the budget has to be done first. So I guess I think opposite is that the library's done as much as they can. They've come through with less money. The discussion about whether there's 3 libraries, 2, 1, whatever, is not a budget thing. That's going to have to be something when we talk about the memorandum of understanding.
Councillor O'Neill.
I did quickly look, and in the budget survey that we did at the beginning of this process, the only 2 departments that had no one who said they were bad were the library and fire. So that is worth noting. Also, to your point, I did quickly look and say, wait a minute, he's absolutely bang on about where did that grant money come from, the mental health grant that they received. And it appears it's been put in under miscellaneous revenue. I think it is. I think that should be up in there as miscellaneous other grants, but that's something that can be looked at, I suppose. And the last is, I don't think we should play the game of picking one service over another. It is our responsibility to have services that everyone uses. And when we know that 1,400 people are using this library, and yes, those are current card holders because the computer system kicks you out if you haven't used that card in
Apparently we're
whatever
out of-
the time
out of-
is.
Out of, we're not following procedures.
Sorry.
We're discussing this, but we didn't have a motion.
Yeah, I thought we did.
Huh?
I thought
I thought we did.
we had a motion, yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
Did the library budget be approved?
Yeah.
I made the motion and she seconded it.
Just had a
Thank you
little after
for
dinner nap there for a second.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
All in all, and I mean, I think you and I sat together in Vernonville there the other day at their coffee drop-in, which was, you know, and the people at the table were saying how much they appreciate that they have a free space to go that they can use. And I think that is essential. It is the only free space.
Councillor Ainsworth.
So you, Mayor, I'm not saying that we don't need a library. And I know the only thing that we have over them is the budget of what we can afford to give them. So they can have 3 libraries. It's a matter of what we give them as a budget. Right?
Yep.
So that's all I'm saying is that we need to sit down with them and they need to come to this table here with us and get a partnership going. Right? We're giving them quite a bit of money for very little return.
Thank you. Do you have a comment?
I'm not going to listen to that. If
Well, that's
we're
too bad.
talking,
Whoa.
if we're,
I give Miss O'Neill the time to speak, and she's speaking.
thank you, Mayor Logal. I've lost my train of thought now. Sorry. I don't know. If it comes back to me, I'll put my hand up. Sorry.
Councillor Booth.
I guess to make a comment to that is if we're going to break down and we say there's 1,400 active card users and you divide it by the money that we pay them. Councillor Ainsworth, I could compare the same as how many actual people use the arena that come from A&H and divide that by the 500 and something thousand. And you're going to come up at a much larger number. So I don't look at it that way. I mean, there's 1,400 active card users that use it. I'm not necessarily a big library person. I don't read a lot, but my wife does. But so I don't want to have one group against the other and we can't use that I could go right to the arena to say that we spend huge amounts of money for 60 or 70 A&H kids, right? So I agree with you. The library wants to do a memorandum of understanding and they're working on it. And it's a volunteer group that meets as, you know, and we're going to get it and we're going to present it and there will be negotiations for that, right? Agree totally.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
One further thing that we need to be aware of, how are we funding our library in relation to how other municipalities are funding their libraries? And I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but I know we're right in the middle of the pack for similar sized communities of how much they are providing to their library. And I know we were low, and that's why their number one target goal that they've made is to increase their user numbers. But certainly in the amount that we are providing to our library, it is definitely in line with other municipalities this size.
Any other further comments? All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. The next one is deferred motion by moved by Councillor Stover and seconded by Councillor Booth. Council of the Corporation of the Township of Allen will act as follows: that the following motion be deferred until the February 10th, 2025 special council budget meeting. That a dedicated 3.5% infrastructure reserve levy increase be included as part of the 2025 budget. So that is been deferred. And whereabouts are we sitting right now? I think it's 5.19.
That is correct. 5.19.
Thank you. Anybody want to start off the discussion? Yes.
Could I ask you, Mayor Logal, to start off the discussion, because when we're looking at the tax bills that our residents will receive, it does include the county numbers.
Yes.
And what will the impact, what is the increase in, for the county, and how does that impact our residents?
The increase for the county will be in fact a 6.1% levy increase.
So
Check that out. Make absolutely sure. Okay. I know it was 6.1. And that's after development. It was higher than that. And yes, I'd be happy to start. This is going to be a challenge. I haven't, I continue to be concerned about the longevity of the township. I keep hearing from residents, I shouldn't say that, I keep hearing from council, because I haven't heard anybody that's really come out and said to me that we can't afford a major increase in taxes. I'm sure that those people are out there and they feel strongly that way. But that may or may not be the majority. I don't know that. I haven't heard anybody say cut services.
No.
And that's the only way you can do it. You've either got to increase taxes to offer the same services or cut the services. I think we all know that we've got some infrastructure challenges. Councillor O'Neill mentioned the bridges. Roads are in the same condition. Our buildings have not been maintained to the proper standards. And we're not the only people in the only municipalities that are facing some of these things. I looked at Toronto last year, and they're altogether different, but they're the same. Their increase for taxes, property taxes, was 9.6 last year and 6.9 this year. I've mentioned to you about Wilmot. That's the small community outside of Kitchener.
yeah,
Not small, 22,000, I think it is, or something. They their initial draft increase was a 50% increase over 2024. They've had several meetings. Their final one is coming up on the 28th of February, I believe it is, 26th or 28th. They are sitting right now with a 10% operational increase for 2025 and a 9% infrastructure increase for 2025, 2026, 2027, and 2028. 9 for each one of those. Whether it's approved, I can't say, but it's reading from what I read, it sounds like they've recognized that they have issues and they're going to have to address them. You know, I'd love to put in 3.5%. I'm not sure if we can do that. We've also got to think, and I'm thinking, can we and our residents afford it? And that's something we have to consider. I'm also think we have to look at Mr. Trump and some of the effects that could have on our residents. But we still have to maintain the properties and the roads. If we don't do that, then our properties won't be as the same value as we think they should be. So, you know, and so if we're sitting at 5.1 to do a 3.5 increase would be 8.6% increase. where we sit right now, if we were to add it as a staff recommended, 3.5%. Anybody else want to comment? Counselor Booth.
Through you, your worship, all very good concerns, same concerns that I have. I guess I see that when other municipalities put out what their increase is, they separate that though for the taxpayers to show that, listen, our capital and operating increase is, and right now we're at 5.1%. And then our asset management is this. And to me, as a taxpayer, that makes a difference because if you don't pay into the asset management, soon the roads and bridges and culverts and that, we're going to be in for millions and millions. We as a council need to bite the bullet and whatever number we decide, but we do have to start to put some money away, or we can barely afford now to just do the culvert. I think it was that Councillor O'Neill mentioned that we don't have any money for a culvert that's due. And we're going to take a hit for that. But I think if we present it to the taxpayers to say, listen, you know, it's 5.19 or hopefully it's lower when we add that 40,000 Councillor O'Neill was talking about, and we decide what we think is fair. 3.5 is a little high for me. I was hoping we could do a little bit lower for the first year, and then next budget meeting that we slowly, gradually put it up. Because as you said, Mr. Mayor, with Mr. Trump and everything happening in tariffs and that, people just to buy food now, costs are going up huge, right? So we have to be wary of that. And I guess the other concern, the comment you made, which is partially true, it's not just, we don't want to cut the services, but when it comes to operations and requests that like we had for this year for staffing and that, we can keep things the same as what we were offering. But when you look at our budget now that we have, when we start to add staff and every staff full-time we added adds a 1%, to me, that's increasing services. So that has to stop sometime to say, we're done. The cost of living last year was 2%. People are saying to me, why then is the operating and capital budget 6 or 7.44 when it started, when the cost of living was 2? So we have to take that in mind too. Thank you.
Other comment, Councillor O'Neill.
I have two different ideas here. The first is I think we need to acknowledge, and it isn't explicitly acknowledged to Councillor Booth's point, in our first year, we did direct money specifically into the reserves for the fire as part of our asset management response. And then last year, we specifically directed money into the roads department reserves. And those haven't been pulled out. So it's not easy for the taxpayers to see those two steps that have been taken. I really want to acknowledge that affordability crisis. Stats Canada just brought out in December that 60% of the households in Canada are now having to utilize debt to buy essential groceries. They're not using debt to go on a trip. They're using debt to buy groceries and pay rent. And we can't be contributing to making that even harder. And certainly seniors who are on a fixed income are anticipating a 2% increase on that. But the last point is it's a bit disingenuous of us to then say we're going to put 3.5% into infrastructure when we took 3.5% out of, or sorry, we took 300,000 out of the public works already. We're just agreeing to put back what we took out and moved over to operations. And I don't think we have done our job as council to really wrestle with how much money do we need to allocate because of cost of living, how much to growth in operations, how much to growth in meeting infrastructure, and do we have our reserves where they need to be? And I think we haven't seriously had a discussion on how to balance all of those four pieces and make sure that in each one of those four sections, we've done it, because we've spent all of our 3 days so far on this budget talking about one piece of it, and that was operations and making large increases in operations.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. So this conversation is a little bit offside for me. I said, because we just give away $338,000 to fix roads. It's not even ours. So, and we're having this debate whether we should save 300 and some odd $1,000 for
Mike,
ourselves.
we've already discussed that.
I know, well, I'm just saying, why are we having this conversation?
Okay. Go ahead. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logo, is the school board tax or the school board levy, is that in these numbers from the
No.
county, or what, do we know what the school board levy is going to be?
I don't know. It's usually 20% or slightly under that.
Sorry, I did look that up because I had the same question and it is frozen yet again this year. If I was school boards and looking after 3 straight years of it being frozen by the province. Wow.
The other thing was frozen by the province, and which is we haven't faced yet, but what's going to come next year is was a 3.3% increase for policing that they froze. And we're probably, it hasn't been stated that's coming back, but somebody's got to pay for that. So it'll be coming next year. Anybody else have any further comments? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
So are we talking, are we at resolution 2025-127-47?
47?
Yeah, and that would be the levy, the
Infrastructure levy.
infrastructure levy. Or it to be 2% instead of the 3.5 this time because of all the other challenges. I'm wondering what the amount would be for that.
For the dollars and cents?
Yeah, and what it would do when we go to the taxpayer with the levy.
Currently, as we sit, if we put 2% aside, it would equal a value of $171,072.
And can you, if we go to the page 25, I think it was. '26 maybe. Page 26. And say your home was assessed at, what do you want to do? Littlewood? 5,000? Or halfway in between? 450?
Sorry, it's not 411, the average assessment. So I think that's the one I think we should reference.
Okay. So if they are 400, the house is assessed at $411. Or $411,000, 183, your monthly increase will be $13.87 for the township levy, which works out to 166 for the year.
That's just our part though, right?
Yes.
County and
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
you
it's
can go
way-
for, probably figure on more than doubling that, but not much more. Well, we,
$332 more a year.
Anybody?
well, we can actually do it. It's gonna be, you got your calculator out, it'd be the 61,
You said times 12,
yes,
and then you said probably the same for the county, so times.
well, it's actually worse. We said 7.1, there's a 6.1,
So you get
yeah, and then
$300.
the 20%, the whatchamacallit hasn't gone up any. The education. So what did you say that was?
$332.44.
I shouldn't, I don't really like to throw out figures there and without,
It's just a general.
yeah. Go ahead.
Through your worship, I like what the deputy mayor suggested. I know 3.5 would be ideal, but I think we're better to do gradual. And I think an option for us would be near the end of the year when we look at some budgets that have come under, and instead of taking that money and automatically putting it into reserves, if we do save some money in some places, maybe we top it up a little bit at the end of the year to say, okay, we saved $300,000, so we're going to take $100,000 of that and put it into the asset management reserve to build it up. I just that I don't like charging it to the taxpayers, and then it's a huge amount. And if we're talking over $300, just a rough estimate, that's a lot of money for somebody assessed at a house at 411,000, which to me is the medium. There's a lot of houses that are over that double that. If they're going to be paying $500-600 more a year, we're going to get some screaming.
Very good.
And yet the reality is that's the houses under that where that 300 or, $200 is the difference between eating and not eating that week. And I have real concerns. I'm looking at the numbers in front of us then. We have a cost of living increase built into the budget of 2% because that's CPI for this year was 2%. The operations increase right now, it's sitting at 3.2%, but maybe if we reevaluate and revisit that 40,000, it brings it down to 2.8%. And then if we go with what mayor or deputy mayor was suggesting of 2%, well, we're still at 6.8%, which is a pretty big gap from a 2% increase. That's the general increase for workers, for people on fixed income. I'm very hesitant to get too far from that. And especially you mentioned Mr. Trump, but there are definitely people already concerned that jobs are going to be lost, and in young families, that's a pretty scary feeling.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor, I believe that this conversation should happen at our public meeting next year.
Yes, it has to. But that won't resolve today's,
Well, I think we should just defer this.
we can't.
Well,
We tell staff we're gonna wait till September to approve the budget? Is that what
No,
you're
no.
suggesting?
take it off the budget,
Take what off the budget?
this proposal, the 3.5%.
Well, we have taken that off.
Well, we haven't put anything there yet. We're deciding what to put there. Sorry.
Okay, so in my opinion, we're wasting our time on the conversation.
Okay, so Councillor, or pardon me, Deputy Mayor Stover, you said you are willing to accept 3.5%? You are willing to put a motion in to have a 2% levy increase
Yes.
for infrastructure. So that's an amendment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, so it would be a motion to amend, and the motion being to amend the motion to replace 3.5% with 2%.
Who's it say?
I just have it moved by council. Okay.
I
Deputy
second
Mayor.
that.
Okay.
You moved it?
No, Joan moved it. I
And you
seconded it.
seconded it. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
If I may as well, what does that take us to the public? Is that, are we hopefully we're not at an 8.5% to the public.
It's gonna be 7.2%.
Is it 7.2?
Yeah, it's 5.19 now.
7.1%, is it not?
7.19. Good math.
I'll wait till the head bean count.
With the numbers as they state right now, if we increased it by 2% would be 171,000, which would increase to a 7.29% overall.
7.
Hmm.
Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, to the treasurer, hopefully, is the point that Councillor O'Neill said, just off the top of your head, if we added that $40,000 to revenue, it takes that 5.19, you said it was? What does it actually? 5.19, if you added 40,000 to revenue, what does that drop it to? Doesn't have to be exact, but it 4 point something, I would think.
It would drop it down to 4.70, and then the increase on top of that at 2%,
6.70,
roughly around there.
which is much more palatable, I think.
Thank you. Mary Catherine, you had your hand up?
Oh, I was just thinking the math and making the same point he just made.
Any other comments from staff, or pardon me, from council? Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, and I understand what you're saying, Councillor Ainsworth. The problem is, do we kick the can down the road again? Do we say that we don't do anything? And then we don't have any money? And as the mayor said before, the roads, the bridges, the culverts and that are still getting older, and we don't have anything saved. And I think it's incumbent upon us to say we have to start putting something away. And as Councillor O'Neill said, through the CAO, we have over the last 2 years put money away for the fire, put money away for the public works. We need to do this for the asset management too, or next future councils ahead of us are going to have huge problems where there's no money. And when a bridge or culvert has to be done, we're going to end up having to borrow money.
Yeah. As long as you haven't bored your limit already. Unfortunately. Go ahead, Councillor.
And it's building on Councillor Booth's, but when we are looking at this budget in front of me, and I know you can feel that I'm frustrated with this budget, we don't have infrastructure projects sitting in front of us. We did not approve any major infrastructure other than the roads bit. And when we don't do that, that infrastructure deficit is growing, and we can't just let it keep growing. So we have to do something. My biggest concern is I am good with directing money to the infrastructure. It's that the operations increase above and beyond the cost of living is 3.2%, which I think is really where we spent, or we're proposing to spend more than is wise to ask for people at this point.
I guess I'll make one comment and then we'll vote. Several years ago, Alma Calderman had the lowest municipal tax rate. The closest one was Hamilton Township. Over the last 3 or 4 years, Alma Calderman has caught up to Hamilton, and actually residents here pay more for their assessed value. But we are still less than Port Hope, Coburg, Brent Hills, Brighton, and Crammy. And I don't have those figures in front of me, but I can tell you we are lower. We live in a big municipality, a beautiful municipality as compared, not as a compared, I'll take that back. Just we all recognize that we have a beautiful municipality that we live in, and we want to keep it that way. And if we have to raise taxes to do that, or cut services, I don't want to cut services, but we may have to do even some of that. So that's all I'm going to finally stop and say. I will be supporting the 2% change. I'm going to call the vote. All in favor of cutting the infrastructure levy increase from 3.5% to 2%? All in favor?
Could I have a recorded vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
And yes.
We're not. We're not
Yes.
up yet.
So it's yes. So we've got that moving second. Yes. And Councillor Ainsworth has asked for a recorded vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had a recorded vote requested by Councillor Ainsworth. So on the motion to amend the previous motion, which is to replace 3.5% with 2% instead. So starting with Councillor Ainsworth, I'll then go through the line alphabetically. When I say your name, please vote yea or nay as to how you'd like to vote. Councillor Ainsworth,
No.
Councillor Booth,
Yes.
Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Stover,
Yes.
Mayor Logal.
Yes,
Motion is carried.
thank you. So I'm going to read the original motion as amended. That the council of the corporation of the township of Alma Cullivan act as follows, that the following motion be that a dedicated 2.0% infrastructure reserve levy increase be included as part of the 2025 budget. Can I get a mover in a second? Oh, it's already been moved by Deputy Mayor Stover and seconded by Councillor Booth. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Recommend. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Logal, a while back in the discussion today, there was a discussion about money of a sale of property that they're just trying to figure out what section that has been allocated to. Would that change anything with this percentage that we have now? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Recommendation 9. The council of the corporation of the township of Alma Cullivan act as follows, that the draft 2025 budget presented be received for information and that the draft 2025 operating and capital budgets be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Booth.
Just before, it was mentioned to us by the clerk that if we wanted to change that, to tweak it, that we were talking about that $40,000, that I don't want to approve it until that number is put in so that we do come down to 4.70. So I don't know how we do that because it's technically not in the budget right now, but we know that according to the CAO that things have been signed and everything, we're just waiting for confirmation.
Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we did have a motion to approve the Public Works bylaw. So this is strictly speaking as a matter of procedure from where I'm coming from here. So the motion to approve the Public Works budget for 2025 was approved. Council did go through the process to revisit that with a motion to reconsider and it failed. It did not meet the 2/3 vote. So at that point, that budget was set in stone. At this point, procedurally, you're at the end of the road in terms of making amendments to that Public Works. However, Mr. Mayor, if you decide to suspend the rules and you can do a motion to amend that Public Works at this point. I've been mulling this over since we've had this conversation. But I leave that to you and your discretion as the official of the meeting.
Thank you. I would suggest that you open it up. And if council wants to make that decision, then that's fine. So the motion would read that we amend the Public Works revenues to include $40,000 in revenues for snow removal. Revenues, I'll take out the snow removal.
So for clarity, Mr. Mayor, it'd be a motion that $40,000 be added to the Public Works revenues lines. Revenue budget, something.
Can I get a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Counselor O'Neill.
You moved it though, didn't you?
No, I can't move.
Oh, okay. Well, I would second it or.
You'll second?
Yeah.
Counselor, second by Counselor Booth. Is there any discussion? I guess I'd like to know, what does that do for the final then? Does that change the final at all or no?
Through your mayor, by adding the 40,000 in revenues, as long as both contracts are signed, that would bring us down to a 4.70%.
Plus the 2%.
Plus the 2% for the infrastructure.
So that would be a total of 6.7.
Correct.
Thank you. So we better move second. Yeah, we did. It was moved by Counselor Booth and seconded by.
No, it was moved by me,
Reverse. Okay.
seconded by.
Moved by Counselor O'Neill and seconded by Counselor Booth. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to the confirming bylaw. We're going back to recommendation number 9. The Council of the Corporation of the Township of Allen McCalden act as follows: that the draft 2025 budget presentation be received for information, and that the draft 2025 operating and capital budgets be approved as amended. Mover and a second.
No move.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover. Second by Councillor Booth. Further discussion? Councillor O'Neill.
I just want to once again reiterate that overall, I'm pleased, and especially pleased with what's happened today. I felt our discussions were more fruitful today than they have been at any point. Maybe we're just understanding it better. I still do have very grave concerns about the increases in operations and to the wages. 126% over the last 10 years far exceeds our revenues, tax revenue increases, and we cannot continue to do it. I will, despite my objections, support what we've done today, because I think we came together as council and did good work today. But I do want that on the record, that I don't think that's an area we can continue to increase.
Thank you. We're going to read the confirming bylaw. Oh, all in favor of that? That motion is carried unanimously.
Oh, before the confirming bylaw, I have a question. What's the communication plan at this point?
Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
So through Mr. Mayor, we will go through and we will do the 4th revision of the budget package so that we have a final document that's available with all of the updated numbers and changes that were made today. After that, we'll be doing a press release and we'll be doing some newsletters, as well as Facebook posts, educating on the breakdown of the dollar amounts, where your dollar goes, that sort of general infographic communication to the general public. We'll have some hard copies posted out at the libraries, as well as on some community bulletin boards in our facilities. And then as we go forward with our next, because we just missed the tax insert for this year. So the next tax insert will do another piece again on that general information of where the budget's at, as well as discussed at the, I'll get to you. And then as discussed at the last meeting, when we start the 2026 process, for budget, we'll look at holding that public meeting, and part of that will be the general education on the municipal finances at a glance, so people have an understanding of where we're starting at and the pressures and the issues, and get some more public feedback at that point as well.
Councillor Booth.
Through your worship to Madam Clerk, and I'm just wondering, can we make sure that the way that we present it is what I see other municipalities where they actually break it down, so what the levy is and then the asset management is separate, so that people understand that it's okay. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
And the final version, I'm wondering if some of the information shared from the county and the comparators to neighboring municipalities, some of that type of information might be added. People are asking, and when they ask, they probably, it's because they want to know.
Go ahead.
So that's something that we can reach out to our counterparts at the county for to get their communication pieces and try to incorporate that as well.
Even a link would be great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Further, anybody have any further questions or comments? I'll read the confirming bylaw. It is recommended the council of the corporation of the township of Elwood Calderman and act as follows. That bylaw number 16-2025 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the special council meeting held on the 10th day of February 2025 and to authorize its execution be given a first, second, and third reading and finally pass this 10th day of February 2025. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Booth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. And the next, the special council meeting held on February 10th be adjourned at 3:01 p.m. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. All in favor? Thank. I just want to have one quick comment. I should have probably said this. I want to thank all members of council for all their hard effort and also the staff members who have done a tremendous amount of work getting this done. And I didn't know if we were going to get done today. I'm pleased that we have it all done today. We can get to work. Thank you, everyone.